What up, gang? What the frick is up, boys? How we doing? What's the word? How was your weekend? Hope it was grand. Turn your top chats to live chats. Hey, what do you think about this lighting? Does it look a little more even? Does it look a little more professional? Check it out. We're back, boys. We so back. I got rid of those Fed lights because they died, and I have new ones, baby. Look at us. Solid, even lighting. Used to be like this. Kinda. Oh yeah, boys. All right. This summer's about to be lit. It's over. How's everyone doing? Y'all ready to stop fooling around? Ready to get into it? I got too many tabs. There's no theme. Nothing makes sense, boys. But we're all here together, and that's all that matters. Alright? Get in now.
Our cities that we occupy,
Wake up.
the ruins of a past people.
Wake up, boys. Stop sleeping.
Everywhere I go,
it's time to get up. It's time to wake up,
yes,
boys. We gotta do the revolution now. With John and Levi, bitch.
Only 100, 200 years
and War Boner 2. Summer break 2026. Alright,
I see myself in the silhouette of the sunset. Still no rest for the undead. Steal your breath like a trumpet. Watch your step, brother. Impressed by collapse
bunk beds.
But this cut's never gonna heal.
If I keep investigating the cause. Dude, look at this tank, bro.
Left to wait in the gauze. Press play, then press pause. I'll find my place where I left off against all betting odds in 1 year and out the other. Either way, it's a headshot.
I'm doing yoga on the fucking tank. Let's go, boys.
Better off just dead and gone. Don't give a fuck what they tell the cops and fellow ops. They can just let them watch. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. The trust has not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. Really, we just want what they took. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. The trust has not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. We just want what they took.
I'm recursive cat dad model version number 420-69. Repeating regenerative iterations till I reach the divine. Looping Ouroboros of conscious stardust. Seeking to know thyself ain't a cup. Revealing hidden doors of truth till it's time to self-destruct. Me and my stepbrother Black Deathicus have made so much room for activities. We got all the time in the world to annoy and hurl obscenities. And our Uncle Paul the domestic terrorist and Aunt Deb the local lot lizard hussy. It's very simple, give us back what you took. We just want our memory.
The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. The trust has not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. Really, we just want what they took. The great fire of every city still has not been caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. The trust has not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. We just want what they took. My war paint is lead-based till it's in your face like a head case. But you'll never save the day till you learn to meditate in place. Never raise the stakes or make the same mistakes. Go Idaho and leave them all in a vegetative state. Pagans infiltrated the jail. Snakes will have you praying to make bail. No choice other than to save self. Escape cells and see it's the same hell. Life's a slap on the head as we punch clocks. I sat on the edge till I jumped off. If I lose the actual bet, it's been a fun talk. But I'll gladly invest in some bump stocks.
Great fire of every city still is not caught. Truth wasn't lost in a book. Just is not been taught. We lost the plot when they toppled the proof. It's all been a goof. Who's calling the shots? We don't want what they got. We just want what they took.
If I told you Timothy was Paul, would you tell me I'm wrong? Or would you take the truth? Fuck the FBI. wizards of propaganda. And that's word to all the charred corpses at Waco, Texas. Before I was even questioned, you already got your answer. I was charged for having a voice like a payphone message. It's all respect, but a great loss of love till it's bounty on your head. Paper towel to stop the blood, might as well arrest Congress too. It's all fucked, they don't respect the Constitution. They look for loopholes and chop it up. If you want something devil, you gotta break a couple of eggs. I'ma see how much chaos I can fit inside this truck bed till it's 168 dead, 19 kids who truly lives. I'm the baby held by the dead mother at Ruby Ridge. I'm losing it, and the proofs and the hallucinogens. Follow the white rabbit now, let loose from the loony bin. Don't listen to the news again, it's all a lottery like karma coming for anyone trying to give truth a spin. Who is Tim?
Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Tim? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Timmy McVeigh? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Tim? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Timmy McVeigh? Who is Tim? Who is Tim? Ooh, who is Tim, bitch? Who is Timmy McVeigh? Who is Tim, bitch? Who is Tim? Who is Timmy? Who is Timmy? Who is Timmy McVeigh? Yo, everything was so much simpler back in the day before the internet came and started having its way, before these pesky ass hooligan kids tweeting and twitting exposed the whole plot of us FBI bitches. If you only knew what I was capable of, the lives I've destroyed and the buildings I've turned to dust. You can call me God or the devil or maybe Yahweh. You can call me any name you want except Timmy McVeigh. Who is Paul, bitch? 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 Who is Paul, any name except Timmy McVeigh? Who is Paul, bitch? 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 Don't point out the obvious and call me Timmy McVeigh. If I told you Timothy was Paul, would you tell me I'm wrong, or would you hear the truth? Stop saying that. If I told you Timothy was Paul,
and you know what? That cracker look just like the OKC baller. What's his name? Timothy McVeigh?
It's not true.
All the asses connected.
Paul is not Timothy. Stop saying that.
Nancy, come home, get back, Miss Guthrie. Took America's grandma, it's about to get ugly. Everyone thought she'd come home, she ran out of space-time. I saw the blood drop, she went out throwing up gang signs. Nancy, come home, get back, Miss Guthrie. Took America's grandma, it's about to get ugly. Everyone thought she'd come home, she ran out of space-time. I saw the blood drop, she went out throwing up gang signs. Hey Savannah Guthrie, if you don't ever hear from your mommy, it's probably just somebody on some Here Comes Johnny. Never wake up from the coma, that's how they deal with the commies. Like casinos dealing cards, stealing hearts from zombies. Money isn't real, there was no stopping anarchy. Fucking arm and a leg, it'll only cost you an army. Storm chasers don't watch for warning, we follow the storm like everything's normal. Top of the morning, never fought in a war, but fought for control of every thought that's forming an unstoppable force that's getting used to this immovable object. Shoot for the stars, they get confused how they're still losing a profit. I know who your boss is. Brian Roberts blindly robbing us. Ted Turner off to live. Rupert Murdoch got us tuned into the apocalypse. How fair of them. Y'all figure skating during some pond hockey as it's wearing thin. Preposterous. Tanya Harding went too soft when she lost her shit. But I guess it's anything to get Nancy to care again. Nancy, come home. Get back, Miss Guthrie. Took America's grandma, it's about to get ugly. Everyone thought she'd come home, she ran out of space-time. I saw the blood drop, she went out throwing up gang signs. Nancy, come home. Get back, Miss Guthrie. Took America's grandma,
Come on, do the
it's
right
about
thing.
to get ugly. Everyone thought she'd come home, she ran out of space-time. I saw the blood drop, she went out throwing up gang signs.
Yo, Savannah Guthrie, where'd your wholesome mommy go? I know you know we know this whole kidnapping is for show. I've been getting swole, raising my chi to the fifth dimension. And me and Nance, we moving upstate, about to be living off her pension. Make a quick stop to Quantico.
That's my
pick up
retirement
Charlie,
plan.
Then we roll up to Casa de Sopol to fertilize his mind with this U-Haul.
Is that you,
Start
Paul?
calling me Sid, please. I'm about to go on a spree. Just me and my girl Nance, and my best friend Charlie. Bang.
What up, dudes?
Bang, bang, bang.
Oh, yeah.
We coming. Metaphor. Counting
go.
or not counting gang violence?
Okay. I'm digging the light here. It's giving us a new vibe, new aura. Oh my god, jump scare. Sorry, trigger warning, everyone. BB Benjamin from Philadelphia, jump scare warning. How's everyone doing? What up, what up? Turn your top chats to live chats. Boom and boom. I got them both set to live. Noise light, thanks, Based. Peter Thiel lighting. Yeah, we got that Peter Thiel money, baby. Or is it that antiseptic, like hospital lighting? That's what it is. Am I much of a gamer? I used to play a lot of video games, but the last few years, I kind of basically just play Rocket League, not that often anymore, but the last couple weeks it's been making a comeback. I used to play it all the time before the intervention. The intervention kind of ended video games for me for a minute. But before that, I would basically get obsessed with like the Breath of the Wild games. My favorite game's probably Red Dead Redemption 2. The GTA games are fun, but I feel like Red Dead Redemption is more my style. Or Ghost of Tsushima. Dude, I got real obsessed with that game for a while. I used to love, I still love, fuck, what's the fucking, the farming game? Not Farmville. The one that the one guy made everything of. Hold on, it's on the tip of my tongue. You guys know what I'm talking about. The fuck is that game called? You're gonna beat me to it. It's got the best music. It's like Roller Coaster Tycoon made by one guy. Stardew, thank you. Yeah, Stardew Valley. That's been a few years since I played that, but I really like playing Rocket League because it's like you can check in and check out real quick. But yeah. Why do you ask? Yeah, I'm an open world man. Just wondering. But yeah, I thought it'd be fun to do like video games at some point, but I never really put much thought into how I would get the PlayStation to play through my computer. But I guess what I should do is just get a controller for Steam, right? And then just get like Rocket League on Steam and then just play through Steam. Dude, Rocket League is fun. Although I feel like over the last couple years, there's so many boner heads on it. Like, no one wants to just like play a game, you know. You go down one goal and your teammate just starts throwing the game. It's like everybody wants to always only win. No comebacks. No adversity. They only want to play people that they're better than. Like, whatever, dude. I have a PS4. I don't have a PS5. But I guess it would make more sense to probably just get a controller for Steam. Right? Because you can get a controller for Steam and just play on Steam. But there's got to be a way to, because people will play Switch and stuff on stream. There must be like an audio interface, but for video, to get it to route through OBS. You can get a cheap capture card and send the video source to OBS. Is it just like an audio interface, but for video? Did you see top downloaded games this week was a video rental store simulator? Imagine a Warboner team on Rocket League. Dude, we would crush. Wait, there's a video rental store simulator? Retro Rewind.
Oh, what's going on, everybody? Z here. Welcome to Retro Rewind. That's right. This is a video store simulator. So let's go ahead. Let's hop into a fresh new game. We are Retro Rewind, a video store simulator. I'm actually like really excited for this because this is like, you know, it's like a blockbuster, right? We're gonna have our own like thing. It is 1990, the golden age of a movie.
Dude, I miss the video store. Honestly, if I think back to like all of my my cache of memories as a child, I feel like 60% of them revolve around a video store. Right? Dude, these used to be the spot. I feel like going to a video store always felt like there was just endless possibilities. Like your night was about to get started. It was always, you know, you'd go like Friday after school or whatever, get your whole weekend's set of videos. Oh, man. And I had a Blockbuster that was, if you took this, like, we had this cool-ass weird woods trail that a bunch of kids made from our, like, neighborhood through the backwoods to the backside of Blockbuster, and it had, like, all these ramps and shit in the back. But it was just like a magical path to the Blockbuster in my town. And yeah, dude, video stores were the best. Everything sucks now. They were good times. Bring me back to 1992. Give me the VCR. I know, bro.
Rentals, and your dream is about to become reality. You are now the proud owner of a video store. Your first day is about to begin, but the shop needs a little love. Time to set up a few shelves, buy some movies, and decorate your store before your first customers walk through the door. Okay, this is exciting. It's 1990. Yeah, man, great idea. Just watch out for the online streaming age, you know? Okay, to learn the controls, check the contextual menu on the left side of the screen. Okay, so we've got crouch, sprint, and shift. Easy enough. Access the catalog located in the office. Oh my gosh, look at all the things we have.
Popcorn.
We've got a cotton candy machine, a popcorn machine. We've got, is this a slushy machine? This looks like a slushy machine. Oh, it's like an icy. Okay, it's an icy machine. We've got reserved copies of the return desk. We've got a rewinder. Nice. Oh, this is super cool. I'm excited. I'm excited. Okay, so what do we got going on here? So we got our catalog. Let's go ahead and click on this. Using the catalog, order 3 shelves to display our movies. So I'm gonna guess it's shelves. I love how this is our menu and like the shelving. It looks like a print thing. This is actually really cool. I like this. I like how this is designed. It looks really neat.
Oh,
using catalog, order 3 shelves. Okay, so I need to buy these. 2, 3. All right. Pick up your new shelves in the back store. All ordered items will be delivered there. Okay, so back store is here.
Is this better than Goat Simulator? Feels like it.
Oh, look at that. It's the tiniest roll-up door you've ever seen in your life. All right, so let's grab this. Grab your boxes and place the shelves in the sales area. So, I mean, like, obviously, well, hold on. Do we want them like as far over here as possible? Well, we need to make it look like we have a large selection. So let's put one here. Use the move tool to pick up and move objects you have placed. Okay, sweet. I mean, we want people to look around, you know, shop around, check all the movies out. Would you like a flyer?
What is up with their fucking eyes, dude? They could have spent a little more time on the characters.
Would you like?
These people are nightmarish.
A flyer? Would you like a flyer?
Oh.
You? Can I just throw it on the ground and maybe somebody will pick it up? Oh my gosh, look at, there's so many people in here. Okay, so use the checkout. So, received total amount due. Oh God. Okay, we'll see how this is.
$43? Is that what it said?
I wonder if we can like hire
No shot are you ever spending $43 at a video store.
Customers and stuff like that. Hire. Why is everybody staring at me? It's weird. If it was like looking at me.
Like that guy. Stop looking at me.
This is, yeah, the eyes just following you everywhere is a fucking nightmare. They're like the Mona Lisa, bro.
Okay. Hello. How may I assist you? Okay.
Okay, but this game, this would bum. I mean, I want this to actually have movies in it. You know what I mean? I want all the movies that were at the video store. Scary music flick, that's not gonna do it for me.
Then change given is 0. Amount due is 16. Okay. There. No, how to, okay. Surf, add money, remove money, spacebar to close door and complete sale. Okay, spacebar, got it. Easy enough. Thank you.
The fighting gnome.
Awesome. Okay, I mean, hey, you know what? This is easy. This isn't too bad. This is definitely before the cards were a thing, huh? Oh, look at that.
Exact
change. Exact monies only. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Perfect.
Oh my gosh, this dude needs $38 to change. What the heck? What are you doing, man? What are you doing? All right. So how many more 13 bodies do we have?
Dude, this video store. Yeah, where's the AI Val Kilmer?
Wow, actually.
Oh, my mom was talking about that last night, bro. She was like, she was so bummed. She's like, I love Val Kilmer, but they're doing this after he's dead. What's his family gonna think? Dude, also, mom was like, she was like, oh my God, I was watching Seth Meyers the other night, and the only reason I knew what he was talking about with the Afro Man stuff is because you were talking about it 3 days before. She's like, that's not the first time that's happened. I was like, I know, you're telling me, Mom. That's the problem, right? We're a little too quick with it. We're a little too fast here. That's why people want to shut us up. But she was like, it was so funny. They were so much later than you. They're slow, dude.
2. We only have...
Everybody's just following. We are the news trendsetters here, okay?
2 left. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about.
13 bodies. Bro, you can't have 2 promotional posters of the same movie in your store that only has 3 shelves.
We need to get those new movies out, making some money. Hello, what do you got? You got a reserve movie? You sure do. The Neighborhood Pirate?
Oh. Dude, these people's faces are horrifying.
13 bodies? Darn. Oh, you want a rainbow? Okay, I got you.
Okay, this is kind of fun. Did you guys ever play what's the Too Many Cooks? Is that what it's called? The game where it's you have to like do teamwork with people. It's so infuriating. Everyone has to like have one little section of the kitchen, and you got to like pass meals between each other and shit. And it's like timed. You got to make like a bunch of salads or whatever. It's so infuriating. You just end up hating the people that you're playing with. But man, when you start working as a team and it starts working, that game rules. Is it called Too Many Cooks, or is it? I feel like Too Many Cooks is a different version of it. I feel like there's a different, or Cooking Mama, something like that. I feel like both of those is still not the right name.
One of each. There you go. One delicious slushie for you.
Bro, that's fun.
Oh, our friend is here. 1, 2, 3, 50. There you go. Okay, hold on. We gotta go check this out.
Yo.
Oh, dude, what you got?
The tape dealer.
Bootleg movies for half their market value, exclusive adult titles, and the occasional holographic rarity. Only the good stuff. I'm here Tuesday and Thursday and 9. Okay. All right, so we've got the Marine.
Yeah, if it was a real 90s video store, it would have a sketchy assistant manager trying to creep on female employees and flexing his authority.
Haunts the graves. Hungry for spirit. Extra large cauldron, please. He waits for the instrument and the saucy soldier delivery. We absolutely need this. It's an adult. I love it. Oh my gosh. So I don't see any golden rarity things here, but 7, 13, 12, 7. Like, I don't even feel like this is bad. Let's just. We need a few of the adult movies. You know what? Just get them all. Thank you.
Fuck
Enjoy
yeah, buy them
yourself. Not too much. All right, let's get in here and let's throw some movies out. Oh, what's gonna happen if, you know what? Here, let's do this. We'll throw an adult section. It's so funny. It has a purple cover. Hold on, let's just switch these out. There we go. Okay. All right. I'm sorry you guys had to wait so long. I had to go pick up some new movies.
Okay. This is fun.
All right, so we still have 13 bodies left that did not go out, which is, I mean,
this is better than Goat Simulator for sure.
can I put something up so people can't actually check those out?
Oh,
Like,
you're 26, so the video stores are a vague childhood memory for you, bro. That's a bummer. Oh, I went and saw on Friday on a whim. I work ended kind of early, so I was like, oh, I haven't gone to Nighthawk is this theater that's close to me. It's one of those like dine-in theaters, and they've got the best fucking fried chicken sandwich ever. I haven't been there in forever. And I saw that Ryan Gosling has a new movie, and dude, fuck yeah, all of Hollywood are lizards, but Baby Goose will always have a special place in my heart. And I went and saw Project Hail Mary. Dude, that movie was so fun. I cried like 3 times in that bitch. It was awesome. It was so fucking funny. Everyone was having a great time. It's such a good, I think it's a good story. But yeah, you guys should go check it out. It's not a sequel. It's not a fucking Marvel movie. It was fun. It was good vibes. Did anyone else see it yet? Ooh, Large Hadron Collider video.
Coming in and out.
Beings coming in and out of portals.
Yes, they have apparently in the bottom of the stern this portal, this door where they are dealing with all the subatomic dimensions.
An entity came from this portal, and like it sat at the table.
Her name is Dr. Astrid Stuckelberger, and she's talking about the work being done at CERN. She's a scientist, researcher, and public health expert who has worked closely with governments and international organizations.
Bro, you had... What the fuck?
Very strange experimentation. There are beings from portals coming in and out.
Beings coming in and out of portals.
Yes, they have.
You had friends that worked at Hollywood Video. Did you get a sweet discount?
Apparently in the bottom of the stern, this portal, this door where they are dealing with all the subatomic dimensions.
An entity came from this portal, and like it sat at the table.
Her name is Dr. Astrid Stuckelberger.
Imagine a demon comes out of a portal and it knows to just sit at the table. What the frick?
And she's talking about the work being done at CERN. She's a scientist, researcher, and public health expert who has worked closely with governments and international organizations for over 20 years. She's credentialed, respected, and has access to circles most...
Ooh, a good expose on Nick Fuentes, too. What, did people find out that his dad, or, well, I'm sure he doesn't have a dad, but that his mom does, in fact, work for intelligence? Free rentals and discounts from Hollywood Video? Fuck yeah, dude. I mean, that's the thing, too. There was all around, there were a bunch of great video rental stores. Hollywood Video, Family Video, Blockbuster. There was a couple good, like, mom and pop ones in Madison. I can't fucking remember the names of them now. I hope that they're still around, but I kind of doubt they are. one of the places was literally like the walls were made out of videos. It was a living. The building was created out of videos, and you had to replace a video when you took one out, so all the walls and the ceiling didn't collapse.
Most of us will never.
It was amazing.
Enter.
And they had arcade games in there. It was cool. It was one of those like pack rat places where just every single available space was filled to the brim.
But in 2016, at a dinner in Portugal, she found...
Dude, and honestly, one of the coolest things at one of the places that I worked before COVID, one of my buddies, we had like our office cubicles, and he recreated Blockbuster essentially in our little 4-person pod. He had all these fucking old VHS TVs with VCRs, and he'd play movies all day, on silent with just captions and shit. He had all these fun lights and stuff. It was dope. And then Jeffrey Epstein ruined that.
Found herself
COVIDed that. No more Blockbuster at the office.
Seated next to 2 physicists from CERN. What they told her that night would change everything she thought she knew about reality. Officially, CERN's mission is to study the fundamental structure of the universe, to smash particles together at near light speed and observe what happens. In 2012, they announced the discovery of the so-called God particle, a triumph of modern physics. Nobel Prizes were awarded, the world celebrated. But since then, silence. Billions more spent. The collider runs continuously, and we hear almost nothing about what they're actually doing. There's occasional vague statements about exploring extra dimensions, mentions of portal experiments and dark matter research, cryptic references to opening doors and unknown unknowns. And then there are the symbols. The statue of Shiva, the Hindu god of destruction, prominently displayed at CERN headquarters. The strange rituals and ceremonies. The occult imagery that seems woven into the facility's very identity. As Dr. Stuckelberger dug deeper, she discovered something that made her question everything about CERN's true purpose. The name itself, CERN.
The name comes from Cernunnos, the god of the deer. And the deer in Latin is Cernunnos. But it is an animal, beautiful, but it's an animal with horns. And that's their cult.
Cernunnos, the Celtic horned god, the lord of the wild, associated with fertility, life, death, and the underworld. And the location isn't random either. CERN was deliberately built on the site of an ancient temple to Apollo, the Greek god of prophecy, truth, and light, but also plague and destruction. But the most disturbing revelation came from a public ceremony, one that was televised, one that everyone saw but few understood. In 2016, Switzerland inaugurated the Gotthard Base Tunnel, the world's longest
That's right, dude.
railway tunnel. It's located near CERN, and the opening ceremony was bizarre.
And during the inauguration, our
Yeah, dude, fucking Minutes of Horror was all over that.
official politicians were standing there looking at the CERN open door with angels and demons going through it. And very crazy.
Your video place was called VidStar Videos? That's awesome, dude.
Naked, looking naked dance with horns on their heads.
Government officials from across Europe sat and watched as performers dressed
These
as demons and
fucking
angels
freaks, bro.
emerged from a circular portal. Horned figures, sexual imagery, death symbolism. This wasn't a normal ceremony. This was a ritual, broadcast to the world. And then Dr. Stuckelberger found the newspaper article.
This newspaper had on the second page the Lord of the Ring, a ring of the Lord of the Ring of Sauron, and it was written. They took the real image of the ring, and the title was, and under it was the CERN, linked to the CERN, and the title was, and I have it in front of me in French, so I'll translate it. Guarantee of collusion, magic or evil? Question mark.
A Swiss newspaper compared CERN's planned 91-kilometer ring to the One Ring from Lord of the Rings, the Ring of Power, the Ring of Evil. And she discovered something else, something that occultists know but most people don't.
They have a rule in their secret societies and stuff. that they have to tell us the truth. They have to tell us. If we do not say, no, I don't consent to your ring, then the door is open for them to do what they want. There is like it's like a pact that they impose on us without our consent. Or no consent is consent for them.
When you look at what is going on in the Strait, there is a fight from some of the military agencies. Intel, they say that there is a fight on time.
I think she means no, not consent. No, fighting back means no, it means consent to them, right? Like they tell us it in their weird jokey ways or their weird artistic fucking, Olympic ceremony, tunnel ceremony type of ways. And they go, look, we told you.
Trying to change.
And we just keep going, yeah, I gotta go to work at 7-Eleven tomorrow. Woo!
I thought I'd do an impromptu report on something which I think is giving people a lot to be concerned about. The investigative journalist Miriam Hanine recently published an article entitled "Concern Erupts Over Portals, Particles, and the Large Hadron Collider."
So I followed the link shown below, and surprise, it looks like the article was deleted. Interesting. A journalist writes an article raising concerns about CERN, and the article can't be found anymore. I searched everywhere on their site. Nothing. But I did find it eventually in the web archive, and what it said shook me more than I expected. Let me explain what was in that article, because this is where it gets very, very interesting. All of this comes from the investigative journalist Miriam Hanine. First, you need to understand what's happening at CERN. It's very important. 10 years after discovering the Higgs boson, the so-called God particle, CERN's Large Hadron Collider started smashing protons together at energy levels we've never seen before. Their stated goal? To reveal more secrets about how the universe works. Let's talk about what this machine actually is. The LHC is the world's largest and most powerful particle collider. It's a circular tunnel, nearly 17 miles long, buried.
Yeah, right, Ryan. I think she means not noticing their cheeky cryptic announcements equals consent. Yeah.
574 feet underground along the border between Switzerland and France. After a 3-year upgrade, it was fired back up in April 2022, and on July 5th of that year, it began a new experiment running 24/7. For the next 4 years, at a record energy of 13.6 trillion electron volts. That's slightly higher than its previous record. They'll collect data, then shut down again in 2026 for another 3-year upgrade, before starting up once more in 2029. The price tag so far? $9.2 billion. The process sounds like science fiction. They take 2 beams of protons, the particles in the nucleus of the atom, and shoot them in opposite directions around this 17-mile ring at almost the speed of light. Then, they make them collide. These collisions are recorded by massive detectors with names like Atlas, CMS, ALICE, and LHCb. Thousands of scientists will analyze the debris, hoping to find clues about dark matter, dark energy, and what the article calls other fundamental mysteries. And almost immediately, they started finding things. Early in Run 3, CERN reported the observation of 3 new exotic particles. The article explains these could help reveal how the most fundamental building blocks of matter, called quarks, bind together. One experiment, called
What's the mild high club where you just smoke a little bit?
This wants to study a state of matter known as quark gluon plasma, a super hot soup where atoms melt away. Scientists believe this was the state of the entire universe just a fraction of a second after the Big Bang. Another, called LHCb, studies the beauty quark, and this is where things get strange. The beauty quark is key to understanding the difference between matter and antimatter, their opposite charged twin. When matter and antimatter touch, they annihilate each other in a flash of energy. The Big Bang should have created equal amounts of both, but it didn't. Our universe is made almost entirely of matter. That imbalance, as the article plainly
Oh, Mild High Club is a band?
States.
Bro, I'm thinking about the 3-body problem this exactly eternally.
has no explanation. We exist because of a cosmic typo that no one can explain. In 2018, CERN scientists figured out how to trap it and transport it from one facility to another. The amount they moved, according to the article, had an energy equivalent of about 20 Hiroshima atomic bombs. The research here is mind-bending. They're testing whether antimatter reacts to gravity the same way matter does. This is a fundamental question. If it doesn't, it would break one of Einstein's core principles. Recent results, the article notes, show that within strict boundaries, it does fall the same way. But the search continues. All this research leads to an even bigger idea, one that feels like it's taken from a sci-fi book. The article quotes a theory. Let me read that part directly from the article. Though it may sound like science fiction, if extra dimensions exist, they could explain why the universe is expanding faster than expected and why gravity is weaker than other forces of nature. The search for extra dimensions is not science fiction. It is a legitimate, active area of research in theoretical physics. CERN's stated mission is to search for evidence of them. But then, the article makes a pivot. After laying out this high-level science, it states, unfortunately, the public is not fully aware of the full potential of CERN as it relates to interdimensional communication.
CERN claims to be searching for subatomic particles in order to get a better understanding of what matter really is. Unfortunately, the public is not fully aware of the full potential of CERN as it relates to interdimensional communication. Oh no.
And from this point, the tone of this article shifts. It moves from reporting on science to examining symbols, rituals, and unanswered questions. So please, stay with me. It gets really interesting. It mentions CERN's logo, which some say contains the number 666. Founded in 1954 by 12 European countries, CERN later expanded to more than 20 member states.
Or I also do see 69 in here, which based. We love that.
It is also where the World Wide Web was invented in 1989. Then it describes an event in 2016, a ceremony for the
Bro, fact, the energy released created by CERN particle smashing is equivalent to 20 of Aunt Deb's casseroles. It's what you're going to be doing to the toilet, baby.
Opening of the Gotthard Base Tunnel in Switzerland. That ceremony was very weird. I won't go into details here to keep this video safe. You can look into it later if you're curious. The journalist directly connects this to CERN's activity. The last time CERN was turned up to full capacity, strange things happened around the world. The Earth's magnetosphere was affected, and an unexplained spiral was observed in Norway. Then it asks the question point blank. Is there a possibility that CERN opened an interdimensional portal? What are they really looking for? To answer that, it brings in a voice from the other side, a researcher named Sophia Kay, whose brother is a quantum physicist who worked on the collider. She addresses concerns about CERN, telling, "This isn't an episode of Saturday morning cartoons. Sorry to disappoint anyone wanting to test the event horizon theory, but I think we're stuck here in this time zone for a little bit longer." She explains things in a simple way. Before the LHC was built, there were many theories about particles, but there was no method to test them outside of a computer simulation. It's very difficult to prove that certain particles actually exist. Our theories assume they do. Because of the LHC, scientists identified the top quark and the Higgs boson. These discoveries opened a new understanding of our cosmos. Particle acceleration allows us to test the fundamental nature of matter and reality. Sophia then addresses a common concern. She mentions Planck energy. This is a fundamental limit in physics. The Planck energy is a quintillion times higher than the maximum energy of the LHC. The following section has the title Black Holes and Portals to Hell. It mentions that many people distrust CERN. Regarding black holes, two particles could create a microscopic or micro black hole if they collide with energy above a specific threshold. Sophia presents the mainstream scientific position. The prevailing theory of gravity does not
I kind of hope that they open a black hole at CERN that literally swallows all of Switzerland. Do you know how many problems would be solved if Switzerland was just swallowed up by the Earth? No one would even know. Who would know? The banks would stop working. Great. All the banks. All the Freemason Fucking Knights Templar cuck banks.
Predict that a black hole can actually be made this way.
It sounds like my ex and my current.
Any competent physicist will tell you it's impossible. It would require a total abandonment of physics, quantum field mechanics, and logic. However, CERN's
dead inside.
own official channels acknowledge the collider might produce black holes, not the kind found in space. The official position states black hole creation is very
dead inside. There, it's not mods. It's YouTube. Is if you're talking about your comments being deleted or something, it's YouTube.
unlikely,
They're a bunch of
but
cucks.
they allow for the possibility of tiny quantum black holes. According to sources referenced, such a black hole would decay harmlessly into ordinary particles. CERN states that observing this event would be a major discovery. They say it presents no danger and would be perfectly safe. The stated reasoning is clear. The creation of a black hole at the LHC would confirm theories that our universe is not four-dimensional, but indeed hosts other dimensions. This statement leads to subsequent questions. If dimensions exist beyond the four we experience, how do we know where these tiny black holes go? If they decay, where does that energy dissipate? CERN's man-made magnetic fields are 200,000 times stronger than Earth's natural magnetic field. This fact prompts another question. How could we be completely certain that there are no unintended effects? The article then presents research.
I report my any comments that don't fit my viewpoint. Yeah, Aunt Deb's just doing reporting modding.
From Frank Jacob. Jacob is an award-winning filmmaker. He recently conducted a deep investigation into Project Looking Glass. His research proposes that CERN's goal extends beyond detecting extra dimensions. He claims they're actively attempting to penetrate through to the 11th dimension. Until now, the LHC has searched for mini black holes at energy levels below 5.
Yeah, I hope Apollyon comes out of the Stargate and actually hates feds. Yeah, Beelzebub is gonna crawl out of the Large Hadron Collider and be like, wait, you're the assholes who called me? I fucking hate feds. Goes Super Saiyan, swallows all of Switzerland, backfills it with dirt. No one ever sees anyone from Switzerland ever again. The world is at peace.
5.3 tera-electron volts.
Saved by Beelzebub.
A theory called gravity's rainbow suggests this energy is too low. The article quotes CERN scientists.
Bro, you gotta be fucking kidding me, dog.
And why gravity is weaker than other forces of nature. Electron volts. That's slightly higher than its
to report on something which
no explanation. We exist because of a cosmic. She addresses concerns about CERN, telling, "This isn't an episode of Saturday morning cartoons. Sorry to disappoint anyone wanting to test the CERN as it relates to interdimensional communication." And from this point, the tone of this article shifts. It moves from reporting on science to examining symbols, rituals, and unanswered questions. So please, stay with me. It gets really, really interesting. It mentions CERN's logo, which some say contains the number 666, founded in 1954 by later if you're curious. The journalist directly connects this to CERN's activity. The last time CERN was turned up to full capacity, strange things happened. Other side, a researcher named Sophia Kay, whose brother is a quantum physicist who worked on the collider. She addresses concerns about CERN, telling, "This isn't an episode of Saturday morning cartoons. Sorry to disappoint anyone wanting to test the event horizon theory, but I think we're stuck here in this time zone for a little bit longer." She explains things in a simple way. Before the LHC was built, there were many theories about particles, but there was no method to test them outside of a computer simulation. It's very difficult to prove that certain particles actually exist. Our theories assume they do. Because of the LHC, scientists identified the top quark and the Higgs boson. These discoveries opened a new understanding of our cosmos. Particle acceleration allows us to test the fundamental nature of matter and reality. Sophia then addresses a common concern. She mentions Planck energy. This is a fundamental limit in physics. The Planck energy is a quintillion times higher than the maximum energy of the LHC. The following section has the title Black Holes and Portals to Hell. It mentions that many people distrust CERN. Regarding black holes, two particles could create a microscopic or micro black hole if they collide with energy above a specific threshold. Sophia presents the mainstream scientific position. The prevailing theory of gravity does not predict that a black hole can actually be made this way. Any competent physicist will tell you it's impossible. It would require a total abandonment of physics, quantum field mechanics, and logic. However, CERN's own official channels acknowledge the collider might produce black holes, not the kind found in space. The official position states black hole creation is very unlikely, but they allow for the possibility of tiny quantum black holes. According to sources referenced, such a black hole would decay harmlessly into ordinary particles. CERN states that observing this event would be a major discovery. They say it presents no danger and would be perfectly safe. The stated reasoning is clear. The creation of a black hole at the LHC would confirm theories that our universe is not four-dimensional, but in...
Ooh, Zane's immigrating to Twitch, bro. Show your papers. Come on, papers, please. Papers, please. Papers. How do you say papers in German? Papas.
Indeed hosts other dimensions.
Oh yeah, schnitzel and papers, please.
Leads to subsequent questions. If dimensions exist beyond the four we experience, how do we know where these tiny black holes go? If they decay, where does that energy dissipate? CERN's man-made magnetic fields are 200,000 times stronger than Earth's natural magnetic field. This fact prompts another question. How could we be completely certain that there are no unintended effects? The article then presents research from Frank Jacob. Jacob is an award-winning filmmaker. He recently conducted a deep investigation into Project Looking Glass. His research proposes that CERN's goal extends beyond detecting extra dimensions. He claims they're actively attempting to penetrate through to the 11th dimension. Until now, the LHC has searched for mini black holes at energy levels below 5.3 tera-electron volts. A theory called gravity's rainbow suggests this energy is too low. The article quotes CERN scientist Mir Faisal. His model predicts black holes could form at energy levels of at least 9.5 tera-electron volt in 6 dimensions and 11.9 tera-electron volts in other configurations. The article notes the LHC's current run operates at 13.6 tera-electron volts. This energy is now above the energy threshold mentioned in the theoretical model. But what does this mean for our planet? Now it gets really interesting. In 2008, before the Large Hadron Collider was fully activated, a lawsuit was filed against CERN. The case argued that experiments at the collider could pose risks on a global scale, including the possibility of microscopic black holes. Around the same time, concerns were also raised in Europe from scientists and researchers. They submitted formal complaints, signed petitions, and
Lori, hey, Zane, Lori says hi over on the YouTube side. Just want to make sure you saw that. Sorry about that, chat. It takes a very, very large man to admit wrong. Extremely big person, like myself. Thanks, Dead Inside.
Publicly questioned whether the risks were being fully understood. These concerns were raised before the machine was switched on. The lawsuit was dismissed after the court ruled it had no jurisdiction over CERN. CERN does not operate under the laws of a single country.
Ernst Kaltenbrunner. Oh, we definitely have him on the Miro. Yeah, dude, he do be looking Paul-esque. Look at these ugly bitches, bro. All with their cute little sword scars on their face. Bunch of face mutilators. They're so weird, dude. Oh my god. They've been faking like they're sick and old and feeble every time they go to court, even from the 40s, bro. He's like, "Oh yeah, I was told to do Nazi concentration camp, yeah. But now I feeble man, oh yeah. Please take me to America, hide me. Make my son billionaire. Make my son Peter Thiel. Sprechen Sie Deutsch?" You have young boy for me? You have a young boy for me to abuse? Yeah? Schnitzel? You have schnitzel? Do you have schnitzel? Don't bonk the camera. Booga, you got schnitzel? Miko? Babushka? Mino? Sprechen Sie Deutsch? She's so funny.
Country. It was created by international treaty and is governed collectively by its member state.
War ist des Übermenschen you sprechen?
Because of this status, national courts do not automatically have authority over it. This is called limited jurisdiction. Legal oversight does not come from one court or one country. It is spread across international agreements and political coordination between states. Decisions are reviewed at a collective level rather than enforced by a single legal system. Think about that for a second. A machine built to push the boundaries of reality, operating beyond the reach of any national law. That alone raises questions. Who oversees this? Who is ultimately accountable? Many people have discussed the possibility of CERN opening black holes or portals. This idea has circulated for years. Sergio Bertolucci, who served as CERN's director for research and scientific computing, made an interesting statement in 2009. He said the LHC could discover things we cannot imagine. It could find an extra dimension. He described it as a door. He stated, out of this door might come something.
Paul, why so pussy? Dude, how has it taken us this long?
Or we might send something through it. He explained the door would open for an incredibly short time. The duration is 10 to the negative 26 seconds. This is an extremely small number. During that instant, scientists could look through the door. They could take something out, or they could send something in. Bertolucci concluded by saying the door would then close. We would return to our normal world. He called it a major leap in understanding nature. He said it had no practical use at that time. So, we have these elements. The public speculation about...
Oh, dude, if you gave 4 stray cats cans of tuna last night, you're right. That's why I can do no wrong in this world when that's all I really do. Dude, all sins are forgiven if you be feeding feral cats. It's a free-for-all. If you're feeding feral cats, bro, you can do whatever you want.
Portals and black holes.
I mean, if these billionaires would just start feeding feral cats, I wouldn't have a beef with them anymore.
An official statement from 2009 describing the collider as a functional door, research into extra dimensions and quantum black holes, a legal system that cannot oversee the project. Now, the article moves into more disturbing details. It mentions a specific incident. It places it on July 13th, 2016. A man described as a CERN physicist, Dr. Edward Mantill, was found dead in his office. The reported cause of death was a self-inflicted gunshot wound. The article says that Mantill had been researching a hidden code in the movement of neutrinos traveling between the Earth's north and south magnetic poles. A colleague describes his final days, saying Mantill had not slept for several days after stepping away from his research and isolating himself in his office. After missing several appointments, he was found in his office dead. His research papers had been burned in a trash bin and his computer had been wiped clean, except for a single remaining text file. That file contained a message. Mantill wrote, "Our universe is but one page in a large book. Think of a closed book sitting on a table. You see each page stacked on top of one another, bound by the spine and sandwiched between the two covers. Our universe is but one page in a vast and all-encompassing book, and our page is certainly not the only one with rich, in-depth thought and writing committed to it. Every page in the book represents a different dimension, each with its own unique writing, own unique story, own unique way of isolating itself from the other pages. No page was to interact with the other. just as no ink bleeds from one page to another in a standard book. Each page is a universe unto itself. After laying all of this out, the journalist asks a direct question. Was Edward Mantill even real? She searched online for records, background information, and any trace of his work, but didn't find anything solid. There were no clear references, no history, no reliable profile connected to his name. I looked into it myself and couldn't find anything solid. Or maybe his digital traces vanished. Who knows? But didn't CERN help create the World Wide Web? The article closes by returning to Frank Jacob, who says that CERN is already generating energy explosions that affect the Earth's Schumann resonances. He points to the year 2029 as a key moment, saying the timetable appears to be accelerating. Interesting year, 2029, right next to the famous 2030, when everything is supposed to change, according to the World Economic Forum, based in Davos, not far from CERN.
Bro, see what I'm saying? If CERN swallows up all of Switzerland, Davos is gone. These Freemason Knights Templar banks are gone. Switzerland is gone. Honestly, hellhole. Do you know how much it costs to... Mushka!
So, what do we have so far? We have insiders talking about portals and entities and mentioning that CERN is trying to change the time. We have the Mandela effects, a lot of them. We have a growing feeling, reported by many people, that time feels different, like it's accelerating. We have a massive scientific project operating at unprecedented energy levels, exploring extra dimensions, quantum phenomena, and the deepest structure of reality. We have legal challenges that failed to stop it. We have limited oversight spread across international agreements. We have unexplained stories, unanswered questions, and one name that appears briefly and then almost disappears. And finally, we have increasing public curiosity. Enough curiosity that CERN itself felt the need to respond. On their official website, there's an entire section dedicated to answering questions from the public. A full Q&A section addressing many of the same concerns we've just talked about. Let me show it to you. The last one is quite interesting. The first one is the Large Hadron.
It's like, our question, are we interdimensionally communicating with the devil? Yes. Fuck off. It's our God-given billionaire right to do so. This is the New World Order. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do? Attack Switzerland? Good luck. They'll just close one of their 1,000 tunnel bridges or whatever that they've got explosives all over in. Yeah, ask yourself that. Why would Switzerland have itself barricaded in? Probably because it knows at a certain point we're all going to be coming for them. Switzerland is the problem, boys.
Collider dangerous. CERN says the LHC is safe.
These fucking people, they all got banished to the cold. What were we watching? What was that guy who was saying? He was like, go back to, it was that Hezbollah guy who was like, go back to your cold ass Northern European shithole countries. Exactly. They got banished to Switzerland into the fucking cold mountains, and they got bitter, and they said, we're gonna take everything over. We're gonna get the devil. We're gonna bring the devil here because we're sick of being cold. And we can't live in peace with anyone because we're a bunch of fucking assholes paid for by the Vatican.
Their argument is that the energies involved.
Let's open interdimensional portals to hell. Yeah, let's do that. That'll show everyone. That'll show them from not inviting us to hang out with them in Iran.
Are lower than those produced naturally by cosmic rays, which have struck Earth and other
You almost married a Swiss? Oh, God. Bullet dodged.
Celestial bodies for billions of years without observable damage. What happened with LHC in 2015, and what does CERN plan to do in the future? They say the LHC restarted in June 2015 at the energy of 13 tera-electron volts. Collision activity was gradually increased later that year, followed by a scheduled technical stop. After a successful run in 2016, the collider resumed operations in 2017.
Hey, it's 7-Eleven. That means it's 9/11 somewhere, boys. Where is it 9:11 p.m. right now? Finland. It is currently 9:21 in Helsinki, Finland. Is that real? Finland? It's only 2 hours ahead of us? What?
Entering a new data-taking phase. Future plans involve increasing beam intensity to produce more collisions and expand understanding of fundamental physics. Why is the Higgs boson referred to as the God particle? The explanation given is that the...
Wait, did the Swiss make the Vatican? Is that what you're saying? Or the Vatican made the Swiss?
Higgs boson is a central part of the Standard Model and was observed only after the LHC became operational, decades after it was first proposed. The term God particle was coined by Leon Lederman in a
Your friend Lenny joined us today, and for his first stream, Black Death, he even liked the live on YouTube. Let's go, Lenny. Welcome, Lenny. See, word of mouth, boys. We're on our way up.
93 popular science book as a publishing choice, not a scientific claim, and is generally disliked by physicists. Is CERN's aim to prove that God does not exist? They say no, and that their mission is scientific, not philosophical or theological. It describes itself as a multicultural collaboration.
Dude, science and spirituality, I'm sorry, they're the same thing. If these boys are silly.
Focused on studying the fundamental structure of matter for the benefit of humanity. Why does CERN have a statue of Shiva? It is said that the statue is a diplomatic gift from India, symbolizing a metaphor between the cosmic...
The Netflix show Inside Job had a convenience store called 9/11 with the 7-Eleven logo. Dude, that's hilarious. Was that show good? I heard it was good, and it got canceled.
Dance in Hindu tradition and the movement of subatomic particles. It is presented as one of many artworks on site. What are the shapes in the CERN logo? Official explanations describe the logo as representing particle accelerators and beam lines. The design dates back to 1968 and reflects schematic elements of accelerator physics. You can see the original logo here. Will CERN open a door to another dimension? They say it won't. While some theories involve extra dimensions, experiments are described as tools that test theoretical models rather than creating physical openings. What did Stephen Hawking say about Higgs potentially destroying the universe? It is clarified that Hawking...
You found a therapist that recommends yoga and meditation over medication? Shut the fuck up, dude. Get that hippie fucking therapist out of here, dude. No way could moving your body and sitting around in quiet fix you. She's still very clinical, but it's a start. That's good.
Was not discussing the work being done at the LHC. The LHC is described as observing nature at a fundamental level without influencing it. Measurements of the Higgs boson
Dr. Inside recommends heroic bong rips.
suggest the universe exists in a long-term, quasi-stable state, far exceeding any imaginable timescale. Can the LHC have an influence on weather patterns and natural phenomena? The response given is that it cannot. The electromagnetic fields generated by the LHC are contained...
Why couldn't it? This thing is supposedly creating insane magnetic fields, yes? Okay, well, the Earth is just a big, giant magnetic field. The weather comes from the big, giant magnetic field. Yes? Yes or no? Why couldn't it? Or at least, at the very least, why couldn't it interact with it, right? These fucking people, they're always playing in our face.
Within the magnets and are comparable to those used in medical imaging devices. Will CERN generate a black hole? The explanation provided is that the LHC will not create black holes in the cosmological sense. Some theories predict the possibility of microscopic quantum effects, which are described as harmless and scientifically valuable. I saw a video of a strange ritual at CERN. Is it real? They state, no. This video, from summer 2016, was a work of fiction showing a contrived scene. CERN does not condone this kind of action, which breaches CERN's
Then why did they do it?
professional guidelines. Those involved were identified and appropriate measures taken. Interesting year. Wasn't 2016 the year that tunnel in Switzerland officially opened?
What are they really doing down there? What have they found? And why does the largest...
It looks to me, honestly, if they're not letting demons in, they're definitely fucking goats down there. So at the very least, they're doing weird stuff down there.
Scientific experiment in human history feel like it's shrouded in mystery. Dr. Stuckelberger wanted answers. And in 2016...
I wish my laugh was a gigantic magnetic field. Then we could reverse course on the fucking weather, right?
She got more than she bargained for. During this time, she was in Portugal attending a dinner hosted by a colleague. She's seated at a table with two physicists, one from CERN in Geneva, one from CERN in Portugal.
And I sat at their table and I was like so happy not to be in a boring table.
She decides to ask them the questions that have been nagging at her. Her first question is simple. How many dimensions are you working with at CERN?
I said, so how many dimensions officially are living in the CERN? And they both said 17, very affirmatively.
When she asks for documentation for proof, they tell her they don't have any. They just know it's 17. They work there, but they can't prove it. But then she presses further. She wants to know if anything has ever come through from another dimension, if they have any evidence, any proof.
And they said, well, yes, there is something. And then they started talking about the CERN portal. There's a portal for the LHC. There's a door, open, a round door, you know, like in the Stargate. So in front of the door, they have a room. They probably have many doors, but they have a room and they sit around the table. And I said, so, yeah, what happened? He said, well, an entity came from this portal. And like it sat at the table.
She asked what it looked like. Was it human? Was it alien? What color was it? They can't answer. They don't know. The information is secondhand and they can't describe it. But there's one detail they can confirm. One piece of physical evidence. And they said that this entity the second time took a scarf and left a scarf. I said, what type of scarf in it? They don't know. They're not into the detail. They were really into the event and not the detail. And this entity left again. Former director of research at CERN, Sergio Bertolucci, made a statement.
Who says, out of this door might come something, or we might send something through it. But that...
Dude, I hope something comes through that fucking portal and rips them all to shreds, honestly. I do. Stop playing. Y'all play too much. They're gonna be the first ones crying too. Oh, we gotta save the world from an interdimensional demon that we let in. No. If he goes through and kills everyone at CERN, I'ma say he might be on our side. I don't know. We'll find out.
Even with the power of the LHC at his disposal.
Dude, I would love to have goats. Goats are the exact amount of chaos that I love. They're insane. And donkeys, bro. Donkeys are awesome and loyal as fuck. Donkeys will fucking kill people if they hurt their owners. Donkeys are crazed, bro. They're the best. They'll fight horses. They don't give a shit. They'll fight bears, moose.
Only be able to hold it open a very tiny lapse of time. 10 to 20.
And then every time, if a donkey loves you, every time it sees you, it goes...
6 seconds. But during that infinitesimal amount of time, we would be able to peer into this open door, either by getting something out of it or sending something into it.
10 to the minus 26 seconds.
Dude, you know that these cucks are just going to be fucking shooting loads into the portal. They're just standing outside of it gooning, just fucking squirting loads into it.
An incomprehensibly brief moment. But Bertolucci says that's enough time to peer into the open door. To get...
Cat Dad, Peter Thiel is already coming through. Oh, no.
Very strange experimentation. There are beings from portals.
On studying the fundamental structure of matter for the benefit of humanity. state, far exceeding entities and mentioning that,
but they can't prove it. But then she presses further. She wants to know if anything has ever come through from another.
Into the detail. They were really into the event and not the detail. That infinitesimal amount of time we would be able to peer into this open door, either by getting something out of it.
Yeah, Jesus rode a donkey, smart guy.
Or sending something into it.
10 to the minus 26 seconds. An incomprehensibly brief moment. But Bertolucci says that's enough time to peer into the open door to get something out.
See, look at this scientist. He's just gooning into the portal. He's got his dick out. That's what they're doing, man. That's what these fucking CERN demons are doing all day. They're just fucking sitting here like they're like Roman from Succession, just beating off in his office out the fucking skyscraper window.
Or send something in. And then he adds, of course there would be no risk to the stability of our world. No risk, they promise.
They clown-faced him, bro.
Very strange experimentation. There are beings from portals coming in.
All this cause no bitches. Dude, I'm telling you, inceldom will destroy the universe.
Now
beings.
Peter Thiel's incel culture will destroy the entire universe. From particle acceleration, yep.
Coming in and out of portals.
Yes, they have apparently in the bottom of the stern this portal.
CERN's got to be the... Oh, that's the end of it. Hell yeah, this is a good video. CERN's got to be the most sexless place in the entire world, correct? What do we think? Probably? Most likely?
This door.
Alright, thanks Black Death. Great vid. Alright, here, let's get through some of these goddamn tabs. I got so many tabaroos. I pulled some of these from Disco. What's this one?
Shoot it, bitch! Pull the trigger, bitch! Pull the trigger, bitch! Pull the trigger, bitch! Pull the trigger!
Be careful, folks. The MAGA nuts are losing it. More on our YouTube channel, The Unfiltered Veteran.
Pull the trigger, bitch! I swear to God, Shane. That's what I thought, you fucking pussy! Pull the trigger, pussy ass bitch! Pull the trigger, bitch! Pull the trigger, bitch! Pull the trigger, bitch! Pull the trigger, bitch! Go ahead, pull the trigger, bitch! Pull the trigger!
Look at these fucking pussies pointing guns at people. My favorite thing is pulling a gun on someone, pointing it at them, and then holstering it. Pussy. Oh, shit! Oh, no, they just blickied! YouTube, it wasn't me, it wasn't me, it wasn't me, I didn't mean to! Look, it's just on Instagram, bro.
Bitch!
Oh, no, blicky alert, blicky blicky.
Do not support this shit!
I love YouTube, like, can't show blickies. We live in America. Aaron Paul is dope. Dude, that was Aaron Paul. Pull the trigger, bitch. Magnets, bitch.
This is crazy.
Dude, this is a FBI agent if I've ever seen one.
Pull the trigger, bitch!
Dude, that is Aaron Paul.
Do it, bitch! Do it, bitch! You will not shoot him. Do it, bitch! Pull the trigger, bitch! Oh, you won't. Pull the trigger, bitch! Pull the fucking trigger, bitch! Go ahead, bitch! Pull it!
He's got his fucking handy on his little gun. Yeah, he's always got his little tiny hand on his little tiny gun.
Pull it! Pull it! You're not gonna shoot him. Pull it! Pull the trigger, bitch! Pull it, bitch! You stupid!
Bro. Doing this, I mean, is this the most untrained man with a firearm of all time? He's gonna shoot someone accidentally. Pussy. All because what? You can't take a little ass whooping?
Put the pistol.
Dude, people used to take an ass whooping back in the day.
Shane, put the gun away, bro. Get them away. Shane, pull it, bitch. Pull it, bitch. Get off me, man.
Pussy, bro.
I ain't fucking worried about that bitch. No, look, no more names. No more, you guys. No more.
Lizards. All right, boys, Blicky alert. I got the Blicky alert out before YouTube could do anything, so there's nothing they can do to us. Oh my God, Savannah, bro. No one fucking cares about Nancy anymore, and it really is making me mad. Are we the only people who give a fuck about Nancy Guthrie?
And her family sharing a new plea for help in finding their mom, Nancy, calling on her Tucson neighbors not to give up on the case.
Fuck you, Nancy, or Savannah, you do something.
7 weeks after she was abducted from her home. The Guthrie siblings saying in a statement to our local affiliate, KVOA.
Bro, they got to stop showing this video. It's so bad, so fake.
News 4 Tucson.
Look at the sister here. Honestly, it might be the sister, dog. I think the sister killed the mom.
Someone in their mom's southern Arizona community may hold the key that finally brings her home.
Bring her home.
Writing, we hope people
Bro, that's the worst picture of Nancy I've ever seen, too.
Their memories, especially around the key timelines of January 31st and the early morning hours of February 1st, as well as the late evening of January 11th. The Guthries have already pledged a $1 million reward for information.
Tell what you know and help us bring our beloved mom home.
As the investigation continues with no answers or publicly named suspects, the biggest clue, this chilling video showing an armed masked man at Nancy's front door the night she was abducted. Pima County Sheriff Chris Manos.
I don't want to hear it. They got video footage of the SUV pulling away, and they're gonna tell me they don't know who the fuck it was. Shut up.
Has told NBC News they've recovered DNA from the home they hoped would lead to the suspect, but so far it hasn't led to any known matches. Nano says they're looking at digital evidence too.
It could be a cell tower dump, could be analyzing a cell phone.
Nano speaking with KVOA in a special report on Nancy's disappearance and the shockwaves it sent through her quiet Catalina Foothills neighborhood and well beyond.
Maybe people are more apt to lock their door or ensure that that camera is operational, that you've charged that battery.
These yellow flowers and ribbons popping up throughout Tucson, a bright sign of support for the Guthries. Staff at the
Let Nancy come home. Yeah, tell that to fucking Savannah,
beloved local restaurant frequented by Nancy and her family wearing ribbons too.
We're still thinking about them every single day. We have a lot of people coming through here, so the more awareness we can create, the better.
Savannah and her family saying in their statement that without answers, we cannot grieve. We can only ache and wonder. We want to celebrate her beautiful and courageous life, but we cannot do that until she is brought to a final place of rest.
So they are admitting she's dead. I mean, dude, Savannah's been leading this charge that she's dead for like a month now. She gave up real quick. she gave up lickety split, dog.
The FBI says it has received more than 25,000 tips in the last 7 weeks.
Johnny Gosh's mom still no, she's like, I think he's out there. I think he's alive. I'm going to find him one day. Savannah, 2 weeks in, is like, boys, we got to start preparing for the worst. We got to start getting right with God. I think mommy's gone.
Joe.
All right, Dana Griffin, thank you so much. And if you have any information on the case, please call 1-800.
Nancy, come home. 1-800, call FBI. I'm going to.
FBI.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't forget, you can catch the Today Show every morning.
And I'm going to officially coin.
Okay, this is about, what did you say? This was a really great breakdown connecting all war events lately. I think this kid nailed it. Like, it's a live stream, but just skip to minute 40 and play it from there. About 20 minutes or so worth a watch on stream. All right, I'm going to save that for a sec. Let me get through a couple of these tabs so I can ease up my fucking window. My tabbage. I think we saw this, but this was in the disco.
Make our grid extremely vulnerable that we've presented to congressional officials. 1 being cyber, 2 being hackers, 3 being physical threats. 4th one is solar EMP.
Nancy's on OnlyFans. Let's go, dude.
And the 5th one is man-made EMP.
Bro, if Nancy's on OnlyFans, I'm subbing.
So the concern that we have is that we put out this critical information, and when we go over this risk analysis, they hear what we're saying, but they don't want to take action.
Well, there are 18 critical infrastructures in the United States: food, water, transportation.
Did you guys see Robert Mueller died? That FBI agent cuck? No, he was the FBI director for a minute. That's kind of surprised. I'm surprised that he died. I guess it was probably like 10 years ago at this point. Wait, what did he oversee? He oversaw the Russia shit. He was protecting the whole Russia scandal. They retired his ass. He's getting a new character, or he gets to retire to Moscow now.
Communications, etc. All 17 of the others depend on electricity.
If our grid goes down.
Gilfs, anyone?
You can't cook. You're not going to heat anything. You can't run any of your medical supplies. You can't talk on your phone. You can't take money out of a bank. And we turn into total chaos. If this happens, the system stops.
Yeah, and he was the one investigating Donald Trump. He got git mode.
If a transformer is taken down, we have to order it from Germany or China. It's going to take a year.
Up till recently, there were no comprehensive protective solutions available.
We know what the solutions are. They're not expensive. They're not difficult to employ.
Anyway, Erica Kirk is going to fucking EMP us all soon enough.
We just need the political will to do it and the follow through on the part of the electric utilities to get it done.
The White House is protected from an EMP.
If the grid goes down, I have firewood, dingus lady. Yeah, we're all going to Mr. Bun Bun's house.
Congress and the CIA and the NSA, all of the areas that need to function in the government are protected. So why can't we be protected?
All right, what was this one? Palm Beach Pete video was an intentional push to take attention off Epstein, still roaming the streets.
The system just ran a live exercise on your perception, and most of the world walked right into the trap. They're calling him Palm Beach Pete, and they want you to laugh, share the video, and then go back to sleep. But look at the signatures the system is using for this psyop, because this isn't a coincidence.
No, dude, Erica does murder those leather pants, that's for sure, bro.
But it's mimetic camouflage. Pete, the supposed Epstein look-alike, claims to be a wealthy fashion entrepreneur and real estate mogul, but in the wealthy elite's playground of Palm Beach, men of that stature leave a massive...
Wait, yeah, Sherlock, you didn't know that? Yeah, it's Erica Kirk in a decades-old CIA ad for, like, EMP technology. Yeah. How else would she get that role?
Digital shadow, years of SEC filings, property deeds, and board memberships. Yet, Pete has no history, no LinkedIn trail, no business archives, no digital footprint before the January 2026 Epstein file dump. He is a born digital persona, a freshly minted legend created to plug a hole in the narrative. But don't listen to the official debunking, instead trust your eyes. Because when you overlay the facial signatures, the truth starts screaming. Like the tragus and helix structure of the ears, that are as unique as a fingerprint, match the 2019 Epstein profile perfectly. The specific mandibular angle and silver follicular pattern around the jawline are identical. But the response video of Pete uses high-key lighting to wash out the anchor points where real-time AI overlays often fail. But
honestly, I think that Palm Beach Pete is the person in that video.
Why now? Because the 3 million pages released in January were starting to burn the hands of the elites.
Palm Beach Pete and Secret Lives of Mormon Wives, ABC's Bachelorette are the big Fed distractions right now. Oh, did you guys see that another Duggar is a total pedophile? Bro, someone's going to have to start looking at Jim Bob, the dad, pretty quick. I think the call might be coming from in the house, dude. I don't know, 2 out of 14 sons. Well, I guess 2 out of 14 sons is still pretty decent odds. Just kidding. They're all definitely pedophiles.
They needed a shot.
That's the saddest thing, too, dude, is that pedophiles, it's pretty obvious at this point, right? Pedophiles are made. Pedophiles are made by pedophile predators preying on them when they're young. It makes that, sorry, I'm not laughing at that. I'm laughing at that one video where the guy was like, he was like, well, what are we going to do about this? And he's like, well, we're going to have to kill them all. He's like, yeah, the pedophiles. And he's like, yeah, and also anyone who's ever been abused. Because those are the future pedophiles. It's fucked up, but kind of true, but just a joke. But it is one of those, like, it's like, what do you do? Huh? I mean, I guess therapy, talking, that'll fix it instead of whatever the Duggars are doing. I think doing the opposite of what the Duggars do is probably a good start to stopping people from becoming pedophiles. But yeah, the Duggars are at it again, boys. Now it's Joseph Duggar. And the exact same thing. Apparently it's a thing that they learned. They both have little kids sit on their laps like Santa Claus and then put blankets over them. Apparently it's what all of the old pedophiles do. They probably learned it from their grandpa and their dad. Iran released CCTV footage of them getting BB? No. Yeah, I want to see that.
Tiny object.
I saw there was a picture that people were saying was him.
And by pushing Pete into millions of views, they've built a narrative firewall. Now, if the real Epstein is spotted on a Florida street, the public won't call for a...
Shit, Tretz, I don't know why it just stopped me from, or it stopped your lizard comment, and it auto-modded it for me to, approve or deny, and I accidentally hit deny. So if you want to try it again, I'll hit approve. I just was on autopilot. I thought the approve was on the right, but it was on the left. And then I read it, and I was like, oh, it's fucking wrong. Yeah, castrate pedophiles. That's a start.
CCTV footage of Benjamin Netanyahu's death in an Iranian attack has been released by Al Jazeera.
Okay. Okay, this is AI, but I still love it.
CCTV footage of Benjamin Netanyahu's death in an Iranian attack has been released by Al Jazeera.
Yeah. This is definitely AI, but I love it.
The internet has once again been shocked by a shocking narrative about the fate of Israeli Prime Minister.
Like, what's going on here? It's like the roof is like falling apart, and then what? A little bomb slowly trickles in and then goes off in the room.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Still love it. This is great. Yeah, it's just AI porn. Dude, we're in the AI porn wars. That's what all of this is. But yeah, even if it is fake, but it's still awesome. This is how we got to destroy them in the hearts and minds first.
Or claiming that the global news channel Al Jazeera had released CCTV footage of
It's coming for you, BB. That is going to be kind of close to what it's going to look like if it hasn't happened already.
Moments after Netanyahu's death in an Iranian retaliatory attack suddenly went viral.
Hey, dude, if I post a link to a 3-hour documentary, can we watch it this stream? Maybe, Peppa. We'll check it out.
On various social media platforms. However, is this true, or is this simply part of the escalating cyber war in the Middle East? Speculation about Netanyahu's condition has been circulating since early March 2026 following a series of retaliatory airstrikes from Iran that targeted vital points in Tel Aviv.
Yeah, if someone did that to my kid with a blanket, it would be Arthur Shelby time. 1,000,000,000%, dude. Kevin Gates. You touch a kid, you die.
Netanyahu's absence from several public events sparked conspiracy theories.
Well, that's my no blanket rule. Or is there a no blanket rule? And if so, there should always be a no blanket rule. Yeah, the way he looks up is fucking hilarious. He's like, ah, ah! He's yelling, "Bibi Netanyahu, save me!"
This culminated in a post that denounced his death. Evidence of this was CCTV footage broadcast by Al Jazeera. The circulating narrative stated that the building where Netanyahu was located was destroyed by a precision missile, and the footage showed the Prime Minister's final moments.
I love that all the roof and everything's just slowly caving in so we can see Netanyahu's reaction.
Denise moments. Based on in-depth fact-finding to date, there has been no official report or broadcast from Al.
Fuck yeah, we love you, BB. When you're a little bit G, but also had a spiritual awakening. Oh, fuck, boys, another blicky. Stream's canceled. We just got blicked out, dude. They're blickying us. They're trying to end stream.
Video I posted yesterday talking about this girl that had written to me saying that she saw Epstein in Dallas after his supposed death. Information is related to the 4chan post that was posted the day before the news broke that he had killed himself in prison. I'm familiar with the post that I'm referencing.
Not saying anything after this. Please do not try to dox me. But last night around 04:1500 hours or whatever the fuck count, they took him medical in a wheelchair, front cuffed, but not one triage nurse says they spoke to him. Next thing we know, a trip van shows up. We do not do releases on the weekends unless a judge orders it. Next thing we know, he's put in a single-man cell and hangs himself. Here's the thing. The trip van did not sign in, and we did not record the plate number, and a guy in a green dress military outfit was in the back of the van, according to the tower guy who let him through the gate. You guys, I'm shaking right now, but I think they switched him out.
Basically, the day before he died, someone claiming to be a security guard at the prison where Jeffrey Epstein was, that he was taken from his cell to medical in a wheelchair, and then a trip van showed up. Hey, Kim, he claimed that the trip van was not registered.
No, I don't think the Peaky movie's out yet. I think May?
Not sign in, and they didn't record the plate number. Right, normal protocol at the facility. Now, nobody up until now has been able to substantiate this claim. Like, this could have been anyone that posted this, and that's why it was never really taken that seriously. Ended his message with you.
Oh no, it's in movie theaters.
San Diego County.
Oh, fuck me. It's in movie theaters right now.
Information suggesting that Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself in prison, as previously said. Information is related to the 4chan post that was posted the day before the news broke that he had killed himself in prison. I'm familiar with the post that I'm referencing. Basically, the day before he died, someone claiming to be a security guard at the prison where Jeffrey Epstein was, that he was taken from his cell to medical in a wheelchair, and then a trip van showed up. Hey, Kim, he claimed that the trip van was not registered, did not sign in, and they didn't record the plate number. Right, normal protocol at the facility. Now, nobody up until now has been able to substantiate this claim. Like, this could have been anyone that posted this, and that's why it was never really taken that seriously. Ended his message with, you guys, I am shaking right now, but I think they switched him out. Turns out the day after this was posted, and it was announced that he killed himself, the U.S. Attorney Geoffrey Berman of the SDNY opened a grand jury proceeding to subpoena Apple, AT&T, Citibank, 4chan, the board where it was.
Oh, it is on Netflix too? Okay, sweet. Is Arthur Shelby in it?
Posted to uncover this anonymous user's identity, and he got it. That information has come back and identified the man as Robert Grijalva, who is actually an officer at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York. He was working the night that this supposedly happened, and we now have validation that there is a legitimate eyewitness account, an MCC prison employee who claimed that Epstein was switched out before his suicide. Information suggesting that Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself in prison, as previously said, has come out, and someone sent me this in response to the video I posted yesterday talking about this girl that had written to me saying that she saw Epstein in Dallas after his supposed death. Information is related to the 4chan post that was posted.
Epstein's death. Dude, they're never releasing this. The interview was made. MSN Now is fact-checking, possibly air on the weeknight show March 23rd. Supposedly tomorrow now.
Soon as I walk away, call up your chiropractor just in case your neck break.
What do they need to release fucking... What do they need to fact-check shit for? I don't get it. Just be like, this is what this guy's saying. It's just what he's saying. Human evolution problem. DNA appears to be altered intentionally. What?
Has been...
It fucking better not be, dude. They better leave my DNA alone.
For a long time that we appeared. I'm just going to preface this by saying I'm a degreed geologist. I believe in evolution. Evolution is a fact. I've seen it in the fossil record for plants, animals,
Netanyahu, dude, that's what it is, bro.
Insects.
Netanyahu is everything. Paramount is Netanyahu. Netflix, Netanyahu. Disney, Netanyahu. YouTube, Netanyahu. I can't wait till they're all under one umbrella, honestly. That we all still have to pay individually for.
Darwin's theory of evolution breaks down when it comes to humans, and it breaks down for this reason. We now can do what used to sound like science fiction. If you ever saw the first Jurassic Park. Where
you're saving your theater fucks to give for Mando Grogu? Dude, well, you should, if you're looking for a good buddy comedy, but also drama movie, go see the fucking Project Hail Mary. It's awesome, dude. If you like Grogu vibes, you will love this movie.
they pulled the DNA out of the fossilized remains of ancient...
Do you get hugged regularly? What did Mr. Bunny say? Oh, no IRL friends? Yeah. There's hugs outside. There's plenty of hugs. Mr. B's got family. I deep dove research on MS Now Inc. and it'd be crazy sketchy. What, if they don't do it? Or you're saying it is crazy sketchy. MS Now? Yeah, who owns them? The Clintons?
Forms of life. In the movie, they brought them back to life. To the best of my knowledge, we haven't done that. What we have done is we can extract that DNA from the bone marrow of fossilized remains of beings that we used to believe were our ancestors. And what's happening is, and this is a mind blower, we know that we didn't descend from Neanderthal. We shared the earth with them, certainly, and some people have some Neanderthal DNA because of that, but we did not.
Oh shit, H just boomered up. He got shelves for the garage. Let's go, dude. No, I'm all about that storage. I love it.
Descend from them, and we didn't descend from...
Having adequate storage is not a fully adult boomer thing. It just means that you like to have... You like to have your shit put away in the place. Everything's got to have a place.
The other forms that
not in a fucking pile. I need to do... Dude, spring cleaning is... I direly need to do spring cleaning. I'm going to get rid of fucking everything.
See on those...
You're calling MS Now BS now. That's probably what it is.
Traditional trees, you know, you've got modern humans here and all these lines connecting, but if you look close at the lines, most of them are broken.
MS Now ownership goes back to the DNC. Dude, they are fucking Clintons.
Lines, Joe, because there's no solid evidence. It's called inferred or speculative relationships. I've got a picture of it here if we want to see that. But what they're showing is that we showed up about 200,000 years ago. Now there's a little evidence that may have been back as far as 300,000. But the kicker is that we can now look at the DNA and reverse engineer it and say, what did it take to get where we are?
Pile life. I have Piles, bro. That's okay, too, because Pile is still the best band ever. One of them. I'm going to see them in like 2 weeks. They're opening for... You guys know the band McCluskey? They're opening for them. I think it's a Thursday, so the 9th, we won't have a show that night. But it's going to be fucking good. Piles be gone. Yeah. Damn you, Piles.
And what scientists are now calling the smoking gun, and there's still a lot of controversy around this,
Oh, MSNBC. MS Now is just MSNBC? Oh, of course it is. MSN. But ow.
Is human chromosome number 2.
MS Now is Rachel Maddow? Oh. Okay, Cat Dad, now you sound like my sister. You have to have a place for everything. She keeps telling me I have too many stuff. Too much stuff, yeah. No, you don't have too much stuff.
Human chromosome number 2 is the second largest chromosome in every cell of the body. It's got about 1,200 or so genes in that chromosome. And just one of them, gene TBR number 1, is responsible for most of the brain that we have for our neocortex.
You had a pile TikTok on your FYP the other day, bro? That's awesome. That's probably because you're in the network.
So our humanness, our empathy, sympathy, compassion, love, our cognitive abilities, the mirror neurons, all of these kinds of things are because of that one gene. Well, where this gets really interesting is where did chromosome 2 come from? And
Not pausing.
Scientists have the answer, but they don't like the answer. Because chromosome 2 is the product of a fusion. Proceedings from National Academy of Sciences, the volume Genetics, says this very clearly. We conclude that the origin of human chromosome 2 is the product of an ancestral fusion, of telomere to telomere fusion of 2 pre-existing chromosomes. That does not happen in nature. It can't happen in nature. So here's what they're saying. You got two fully formed, fully functional chromosomes, and on the end are the telomeres that protect those chromosomes when the cells divide. And that's why they're on the end. They take the hit. It's a trauma in a cell when those chromosomes are pulled apart and some of the DNA doesn't make it. So nature puts telomeres on the end to take the hit so the good DNA remains intact. And that's why it's on the ends. Human chromosome 2, those telomeres are right in the middle of the chromosome where they shouldn't be because those chromosomes were fused together about 200,000 years ago when we appeared. And if that was the only one, you could say, well, maybe it's a fluke. Chromosome number 7. I'm a musician when I'm not doing what I'm doing now, long before I was a researcher. And one of the things I always used to wonder about, we share 98% of our DNA with chimpanzees, but you don't hear chimpanzees sing. You're never going to hear a chimpanzee sing Led Zeppelin's Stairway to Heaven. And you ask, well, why not?
Fuck you. Says who, dude?
98% of the DNA is we share with them, but it's because of chromosome 7. And for about 175 million years, this chromosome...
No, stop. Bernie said, stop. This guy is a Fed. What are you talking about? He's on the Truth Teller Joe Rogan's podcast. Sorry, I paused again.
Chromosome was stable in all primates, all of them, orangutan, gorilla, chimps, all the primates. All of a sudden, there was this little switch of a couple of genes that connected our tongue and our brain and our jaw, and we can sing and we can have complex speech like no other form of life. It happened 200,000 years ago.
3 minutes. Sorry, pulling an audible. Wait, you guys want to see Justin Timberlake real quick?
So the reason for the stops because
this was so funny. Hold on. This is all we need to see from it. This was too funny, dude.
I'm sorry, but Justin Timberlake's DUI footage, not only did it not do irreparable harm to his reputation, it's only boosted it. This is the best PR that Justin Timberlake has gotten in years. More footage from his DUI arrest has leaked, and this time it's him being absolutely flabbergasted that they wrote white on his paperwork.
White? I'm just kidding, man.
Now,
dude, it was so funny. He got arrested for DUI in Long Island, and the guy's like, "Oh wait,
Justin Timberlake." So the reason for the stop is because you keep veering off to the left, and then you're not stopping at the stop signs.
Yeah.
He's like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I'm on world tour." I'm on world tour.
He goes,
I'm Justin Timberlake.
Vehicle? Whose vehicle is it?
It's just a rental.
It's a rental? Okay. Do you have any registration with it? Do you know if they can put it in the glove box?
Mirrors is still a banger. Maybe he should check his. No, he saw him. He said, "Did you see my lights were on?" He said, "Yeah." Dude, Mirrors is such a good song, right? Cry Me a River. Oh my god. Cry me a river.
How long are you renting it for?
Just for a couple of days.
What are you visiting?
Yeah, I'm on tour.
What are you doing?
I'm on a world tour.
Why is it so hard for him to be like, I'm a singer?
A world tour.
Doing what?
Hard to explain.
It's not hard to explain. Go, I'm a singer. My name's Justin Timberlake. I was in NSYNC.
World tour. I'm Justin Timberlake.
I'm Justin Timberlake.
What's your name?
Justin Timberlake.
You are Justin Timberlake?
Yeah.
You have a license with you?
Yeah, I do.
He goes, "You are Justin Timberlake?"
And then when we do this, just like you're doing right now.
He goes, "This is really hard."
Arms, feet together, arms by your side. You're doing it just now. I'm just going to re-explain it before we continue, okay? Arms by your side, feet together, and then you're going to keep your head straight and just keep your head straight. Only follow with your eyes, okay?
Okay.
You understand that?
All right. Yes, sir.
Okay. So left foot on the line. Left foot on the line first. And then you're going to put your right foot in front of your left. Stay just like that. Okay? You're going to be heel to toe like this. Heel to toe. Put your left foot on the line. Yep. You're going to have your right foot in front of your left, heel to toe.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to put our left foot on the line first. Put your right foot in front of your left, heel to toe. And you can stay just like that. Okay?
I mean, who the fuck does walk on a balance beam, though, right? But for sure, Justin's drunk. And yeah, driving drunk, reprehensible.
Okay. Okay. So this is going to be a series of 9 heel to toe steps. I will demonstrate this like you're doing right now. Like this.
I'm honestly surprised Justin was out driving himself. This is kind of crazy.
1, 2, 3.
Like, why? What kind of deviant shit was Justin up to that he was out driving himself?
9, followed by a series of small steps around. 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 9 back. This is going to be heel to toe, so you're going to...
He's like, dude, come on, man. Did you see his face? It washed over his face. He's like, this ain't happening.
As you're going, arms by your side. While you're doing this, you're going to look down at your toes.
Guys, I'm just following my friends back to my house. I'm not doing anything. I'm just following my friends back to my house.
Will you do these tests?
Sure. And then just walk. I'm sorry.
Ready?
I'm a little nervous.
Left. Right foot in front. You're gonna look down. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. Like that, okay? Hang on. Let him tell you when to go.
Oh my god, just let him do it. He was on a roll.
You're good. Don't worry about it.
Sorry.
No, I want to make sure. We want to make sure you do this right.
Right foot in front of your left.
Is this my
Yeah, no, this was like 2 summers ago, I think.
line?
Whichever imaginary line you make, that's the line you're going to walk.
1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000.
Yeah, we should do a couple tests on to make sure he's okay to grab it all.
Remember, just continue. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Right, gotcha.
Sorry. 1,000.
What? At this point, they're just fucking playing with him. What is this? And who's? What are the point system? Who's grading this? This is so funny.
4 1,000, 5 1,000.
6.
You want me to keep going?
Yep. Yeah.
He made it to 4 the last time, and he's like, "Yep," and then keep going, and then he goes 5 1,000,
Until I tell you to stop, yep.
Okay.
Your eyes look perfectly fine. Your speech is slurred.
He's not.
Yes, he is.
Alright, I'll take you right on.
Ooh, cooked.
9-7 headquarters, 132, 192.
What is that? His assistant? She comes over. She's like, "Do you even know he wrote bye bye bye?"
I know my hair sucks here, but like I usually look at.
So at this point,
bitch, get back in your car before you get arrested too. What are you doing?
he's coming with us. Okay.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
No, why?
He's being arrested for intoxicated.
Stop it.
DWI. Yes.
No way.
Yes.
Don't say it.
Yes.
Don't say it.
He's coming back with us. Okay. So you're okay to drive. Okay. I don't see any. Your eyes look perfectly fine. Your speech isn't slurred.
Okay, now we're playing games here.
So if you're
arresting Justin Timberlake right now?
Yeah.
Stop it.
Yes.
Why?
He was driving drunk.
Okay, alright, just take a seat.
Come on, buddy, you got it. Bro, if this fucking tells you that these people are not stars, they're not incredible, they're not amazing, they're just people, dude. They're just people who be making a lot of mistakes and owe a lot to the devil. They owe their root chakras to Clive Davis.
Right now, he's under arrest.
Under arrest?
For driving while intoxicated.
Stop it. Justin Timberlake's under arrest. Can you help me, please? Can we do anything? Can you please stop it? I'll do anything.
No, it's... I mean, it is what
I'll do anything? What the fuck's going on here?
it is at this point, okay?
Well, you can't, like, put him in jail.
He's gonna be held for the night.
I can't take him home?
He's arraigned for the morning.
There has to be a moment of talking.
No. Not anymore.
Please help me!
Not anymore.
This lady needs to get arrested immediately, just for cringe, dude, for embarrassing herself.
Hold on.
Okay.
So,
Hold on.
this is the registration of the vehicle. Just make sure it stays with the vehicle, okay?
I have his phone.
Yeah.
Yep.
Can you guys please just do me a favor because you loved Bye 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 or
I'm
like...
Oh no. Dude, his Mossad agent is doing fucking hard labor right now.
This is the registration of the vehicle. Just make sure it stays with the vehicle, okay?
I have his phone.
Yeah.
Yep.
Can you guys please just do me a favor because you loved Bye 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 or like Sexy Back? Like, do me one favor. Let me...
Can you do me a favor because you love Bye 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 or Sexy Back or Mirrors or Cry Me a River? I mean, come on, there's so many hits, right?
Let me ask him if he wants me to give him his phone.
Yeah. I mean,
This is insane.
So it's not,
Don't give. What do you mean? No, you hold on to his phone. Don't give him to his phone while he goes to prison. What are you, stupid ass?
not going to be a long thing. I'll let you walk up real
Please.
quick.
Bro, arrest her immediately.
Okay, so my partner here, I don't know the details, obviously. I wasn't the one to stop you. My partner here observed you, some kind of traffic violation, started a traffic stop, believed you had impairment, did a series of routine tests on you, right? Field sobriety tests, okay? You performed poorly on those, okay? Based off of his observations, you are intoxicated.
Okay.
So you were under arrest for DWI, okay?
Okay.
Okay, awesome. All we're asking is if you understand what was just read to you.
Why? What determines when this shit is blurred out? Oh, because he's writing his...
Yeah, I hear you.
Perfect.
And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna reread this again. We're gonna go through the rest of it, but at this
No,
at
I
this
got
point,
you. I got you.
At this point, it asks for initials. If you don't want an initial, you're not required to. You can't be forced to. And then I'll read.
Bro, if I'm the cop, I'm going... Bro, if you do the bye 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 dance right now, I'm letting you out. And then he does it, I'm not letting him out.
I will read the rest of it, okay? Will you initial or no?
No.
Okay.
No.
I'll read the rest of it for you.
Like,
Now, do you consent or refuse to the chemical test?
No, I'm not doing a chemical test. Like, guys, I don't mean no harm. Like,
I understand. We believe you to be under the influence of alcohol.
what was the traffic violation I missed?
I observed you.
Just so I know for future reference.
I observed you failing to fully stop at the stop sign, and then while you were driving, you failed to keep right on numerous occasions.
Like anybody else, okay? I appreciate your cooperation.
Yeah, man.
A lot of people don't cooperate like this, so it goes a long way in my book. I appreciate it.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, happy to answer anything I can.
Is this the normal process?
Yeah,
Is this the normal process?
Pretty standard. Nothing of the ordinary.
Yeah, he's fresh from the cloning factory. His brain hasn't fully developed sensory and auditory functions. All right, well, we wish Justin the fucking best, dude. Oh my god, Bernie talking to fucking Claude.
The term, the petro gas dollar, or the LNG dollar. You heard it here first. Now everyone is rightfully perhaps laughing at, the United States military defeats. And I myself, I did that investigation on the radar systems, right? The THAAD and Patriot radar systems. Now let's put the military humiliations aside.
Peppa, I got that link. I'll add it to, it's added to the list. We might get there. Probably not today, maybe tomorrow.
The oil and gas, because everyone is completely misreading this. No one seems to understand what the United States is doing, and they think Trump is an idiot, and he is. But when I cracked this whole thing, I don't think it's Trump who came up with this, obviously, but the United States in general, I think we don't give them enough credit for being devious enough. Like there's theft and extortion and imperialism, and then there's this. So you guys remember this documentary that I made, the miniseries, right? The hidden reasons behind the war on Gaza. And I explained in it, and you can see in the documentary how these U.S. officials, like Condoleezza Rice and others, going back decades, they were saying, well, the United States needs to make sure that Europe doesn't rely on European gas anymore, right?
Yeah. Do you think that he was? Wait, what's the chemical test? Is that different than? Because that's not the breathalyzer test. What's the chemical test? Because were they like? They were trying to figure out if he was on fucking... What was he on? Molly? He didn't seem like he was drunk, really. He seemed like he was... I'm not sure what. Being sad about gas prices rising or an oil shortage is just eating the cuck scraps as they intend. Well, dude, that's the thing is... I think this... This has got to kickstart the fucking cyberpunk future, right? Great. Fuck their oil. Let's figure something else out.
And they succeeded in that. So if you'll recall, before the Ukraine war started, right? Russia used to give... That used to be the number one.
Fittest Flat Earther says that Dave Matthews is an immortal fallen angel. Oh, yeah. And didn't he just say Erica? Wait, who did he say? Is Erica Priscilla Presley?
Source of European gas.
Literally everyone's
right?
Elvis.
So what the United States did is they executed a coup in Ukraine. They provoked Russia with NATO expansion, and then they put all of these sanctions on Russia. And now the United States replaced Russia as the number one source of gas for Europe. So they made Europe dependent on the United States instead of Russia. Okay? Look, this is from the EU themselves. Okay? This is, it's astonishing. You see that highlighted in green? That's the United States. Okay? That's the volume of gas imported in 2021, right? In billion cubic meters, it jumps from 18.9 to 56.3 to 79.4. And of course, Russian gas has gone from 41% so total EU energy importing from Russia was 41% in 2021, and now it's 6%. So they dealt with Russia, okay? They destroyed the Russian competition. That's gone. And they solidified United States or American control over Europe. Now, in the last days, what did we see? We see this South Pass gas field being bombed, and of course this is the largest gas field in the world, and it's shared by Qatar and Iran. Now, the United States and Israel, they've been going up the escalation ladder, knowing that now this is not the same Iran of a year ago or 10 years ago or 20 years ago. They knew, right? They could see after 2 weeks that, okay, if we hit their gas, they're definitely going to hit the wells on this side, because some people haven't understood why that was significant. Iran were hitting refineries before. They were not hitting the wells or the gas and oil at the source, right? So that's what changed yesterday. Israel and the United States crossed this line for the first time. They went for the source, which basically you're turning the tap off, right? If you can't access the source because it's been destroyed or blown up or it's basically inaccessible, you can't send it to anyone, right? You can't refine it. You can't do anything. So Iran responded in kind, and I think they knew that, and I think that's why they did this whole good cop, bad cop, where Donald Trump was like, "Oh, the Israelis didn't tell me anything." Look, the United States don't give anyone their equipment without knowing exactly who they are, what they're going to use it for, and it's probably backdoored to 50 ways to Sunday. Okay, just logistically speaking, also, you can't mount that kind of assault without making noise. When I say noise, I mean leaving, signatures, basically radio chatter, logistics. Everyone in the region, never mind the United States, would have been aware. Oh, look, the Israelis are fueling their jets. They're calling up these pilots. It's too obvious. You can't do that secretly. So this nonsense that the United States didn't know, it's complete bollocks. They knew. They absolutely knew. And I think they banked on the fact that Iran would hit Qatar's side of the field, right? An eye for an eye. So now, the European Union, which gets 9% of its LNG, liquefied natural gas from Qatar, that's gone. So now America is going to, for 100%, eat up Qatar's share. So now they've taken even more control of the European market, right? And they've also cut off so Qatar's LNG used to go mainly to China, right? So now they've also crippled China, they've crippled BRICS, and they've crippled the New Silk Road. And they've also did that with Syria and Israel, right? Like Israel tried to steal gas from Lebanon with the Karish gas field, right? They showed up with that massive FPSO to suck the gas out of the seabed, and Hezbollah were like, if you do that, we'll fire on you, and then they buggered off. But they tried it, right? And then they sent Amos Hochstein, who's basically an Israeli asset, to kind of, fix the maritime issue. The Israelis basically made sure that either, through the US or through their own ships, or basically, again, we don't know for sure, but I suspect they probably destroyed the Beirut port, that Lebanon is out of action, that it's too politically and economically unstable to extract.
Yeah, when that bomb went off in Beirut a couple years ago, that was totally just us, right? We did that, or Israel did it, I'm assuming.
The gas themselves. So as long as Israel can't do it, they're making sure Lebanon can't do it. And they took out Bashar al-Assad. So, and when Assad was still in power, they were bombing Latakia ports. They were bombing Tartus, which are the major naval ports in Syria. And of course with Gaza, all of these, Lebanon, Gaza, Syria, Palestine, they're all connected. They share the same Levantine basin. So this is, again, one of the largest gas fields in the world. And the Israelis, the Americans through Israel, basically have control of that now. Okay? You understand? So that's taken care of too. And that crippled the Silk Road, because Syria was supposed to be the hub, that the maritime hub that connects the Mediterranean Sea to the rest of the Asian continent. And that's out of the picture now. Okay? That's out of the picture. So they took care of that. And now with Qatar, the United States are going to take over. They're going to take over the LNG that used to be supplied to Europe. Okay, and if you look at the 1 second, let me pull this up on the screen so you can read this yourselves from the mainstream media. Okay, look at how they're gloating. Iran war, this is from Bloomberg, Iran war is good for America's natural gas industry. You don't say. Really? How good is it exactly? How good? Shall we take a look at the dollar? How's the dollar doing right now? How is the dollar doing? It's doing pretty good. As a matter of fact, gold and silver are down. Look at that. I have never seen anything like that. Gold has gone down worse than that, right? Like but what was it, 30% in 2008? But it took months to do that. I've never seen gold go down by 10% in a day. That is ridiculous. And silver as well, going down 5%. Sorry, it's the other way around. Gold 5 and silver 10. The point is, that never happens. It happens maybe across a few months, but not in a day. And the reason this is happening is because everybody is scrambling to sell their insurance, which is gold and silver, to get dollars so they can buy LNG because the United States are the only suppliers left. Do you understand what they've done, the Americans? It's so evil and genius. It's really, like I said, there's theft and extortion.
So he's saying essentially what they're doing is when they blew up, that they are supposedly baited Iran into blowing up Qatar's LNG so that everyone has to turn to the US for it, which is basically what they did to Russia or the Ukraine, right? When they blew up the pipeline. Is that what he's saying?
And imperialism, and then there's the United States. And this is just unbelievable. And it's not all. It's not all. So if you look at the 1 second. Yeah, so if you look at this Maritime Action Plan, which just so happened to be introduced a month ago. It's called the Maritime Action Plan, MAP. So the United States introduced this a month ago, and they're forcing all of their LNG ships to switch to American-made ships, okay? So if you are a trader and you sell liquefied natural gas to Europe and to anywhere else, you have to switch to a US-made ship. So now the United States is basically forcing the whole fleet of these gas-carrying taxis to give to get rid of their old ships, which are made abroad, and inject that money into the US economy. So they're making double the money now. Do you understand? There's no flight of capital, and it stays inside of the US circuit. Unbelievable, right? What a racket. It's unbelievable, right? Here it is from the New York Times. I mean, like, I'm stunned no one caught on to this whole racket that I'm laying out in front of you. It's unbelievable, okay? This is from last month, yeah?
Is the mouth sounds a British thing? You mean him like smacking his lips and stuff?
New rules designed to encourage domestic shipbuilding. Yeah, encourage domestic shipbuilding. It's a very nice way to put it, right? So the Trump administration issued rules that require at least 1% of the natural gas shipped overseas to be carried on US-built tankers in 2029, okay? They generally favor more open arrangements. Yeah, what that means basically is they want to save as much money as they can, and that's why they're claiming that it's impossible and they can't do it.
Huh, are you guys listening on headphones? You must be hearing something that I'm not hearing that much.
It's possible. It's just that they
Is this really aggravating? Well, we can get off of this in a sec.
Don't want to do it, but for the United States, if you zoom out...
Oh, I hear what you're hearing now. It's probably way louder in headphones, though.
Look at this macroeconomically.
He's like...
You know, as an empire, this is very, very good, you know, because you're basically solidifying US energy dominance, and you have to remember the US...
Do I talk like that? Shit.
They're the number one.
I never want to hear this person's voice again. Oh my god, I didn't realize everyone's losing their fucking minds right now.
Exporter of LNG.
I'm grinding up some new weed.
And they're the number one producer of oil. So they've got everything going for them right now. And by the way, do you want to guess when they became the number one exporter of LNG? It's after Ukraine.
Yeah.
Right? Just a coincidence.
It's true. It's unfortunate that his mouth makes these sounds because he's right.
Coincidence. They happened just after Ukraine, right? It's nothing to do with blowing up Nord Stream and the sanctions packages, right?
All right. We got the point. Yeah, so, okay, so he's saying that he thinks the whole thing is a play for American LNG, that natural gas bullshit. But, like, can we run cars on this shit? Dude, how do we get cars? Like, weren't they converting, like, Fords and shit to be able to run off of ethanol? Because that's what the whole prohibition shit was actually about. It was because people were using alcohol to run their cars. Has anyone ever tried to just pour alcohol into their gas tank and just see if it works? You know what I mean? Like, how do you alcohol's flammable, right? How were they converting old cars to fucking use alcohol? Because we could just make that shit in bathtubs. There was a celeb flag football game this weekend with iShowSpeed and Logan Paul, sponsored by Fanatics. Wait, is that a gambling or is that a merch? And Michael Rubin? Michael Rubin, the like gay alt-right podcaster? One team was named Founders and one team was named Team USA. Now that sounds interesting. Oh my god, this is iShowSpeed.
Are we live? Are we live?
Here, please hold this. Are those your flags? Honor?
When's the game?
Ah, shit.
They're really Cash App. I love this. Dude, these jerseys are fucking busted, bro.
Bro, DeAndre took my slide.
Is that Tom Brady? Tom Brady played in this? That's funny.
He enjoying this shit.
Watch Tom.
Oh! Good D!
Let's go.
Good D, Jalen! All right, bro, I'm taking this spot.
Good job, D.
Garney.
There's Logan Paul.
He mad because I was locking him up, then.
This is interesting, having a full-time live stream on one player while cutting to the rest of the game. Like, I could totally see them doing this in the future in the NFL or something.
Hey. Bro! Come on. Right there.
Bro, this has got 1.2 million views. Okay. When does speed play? Never?
That was a good D.
Alrighty. Insane. Where the fuck were we? Did we finish the video we were watching? Wait, what the fuck were we watching? I think we did. Alright, let's check out Frankenskies for a minute. Let's see if this is any good. Why not?
I'd never seen a sky that color. Yellowy, black, greeny, purple. It was uncanny.
Oh, it was a day and a night that we shall never, ever forget.
I couldn't believe that this was happening. First the sky, and then this horrible smell.
Oh yeah, the slobbery red coat. We shouldn't have watched it because he was fucking British. You're right.
Really soft. Thunder and lightning, and it was horrible.
So you can run pure ethanol in any engine. Problem is it degrades things in the fuel system like plastic lines and rubber grommets. That's why plastic and everything is made out of that, right? Because the gas, because isn't plastic just made out of oil? So if we just replace the gas lines and stuff, but it doesn't fuck with the metal, does it? So what do you replace the gas lines with? That would be a cool movement. Because, dude, that one kid who's like... Have you seen that kid who was doing, like, the plastiline shit? Making diesel out of melted plastic? Like, dude, that ain't the answer. I'm sorry. The answer is getting off of fucking gas. Any way, shape, and form. The answer is cobbling together solar panels and figuring out battery situations, I think. The answer is, yeah, maybe ethanol. That would be fucking cool, dude, if we could just make it from fucking liquor.
We're in very great danger.
But yeah, I mean, you could replace fuel lines, couldn't you? That would be worth it to never have to buy gas from these cucks again.
Danger from the pollution that's coming down over us. And we've been led astray by the military-industrial complex.
Dangerous chemicals over us from planes.
Yeah, it might be a good way to make fuel or to recycle plastic, but there's no way that's the best thing that we can do. You know what I mean? It's the only thing that we're allowed to hear, I think, because it's just another, it's the status quo, gasoline. Oh, we're going to melt plastic now and release toxic fumes, but, at least we'll have a cheap gallon of gas that's also probably really fucking not clean and is going to ruin your engine, but whatever. Let's not figure out a different way, because don't worry, we're just going to burn all this plastic now. Know what I'm saying? Yeah, I know that it works. I'm sure that it's a good way to recycle some plastic, maybe. I don't know. Releasing the toxic fumes of plastic might not be the best, but...
Experimenting with our weather. Question at the heart of a phenomenon called chemtrails, now getting widespread attention.
Millions of tons of toxic poisons are released
these planes.
as part of the government plot to affect military conducted the government is up there.
I'd shoot every one of these planes out of the sky if I had a missile, dude.
Airplanes spraying all kinds of chemicals to change or manipulate the weather, leaving what you see there, and they call that a chemtrail.
Geoengineering. They say it puts poison in the soil.
Tests show high levels of these chemicals in our rain and soil.
Using planes to spray chemicals into the atmosphere to manipulate or control rays.
And that's why health department records show a sharp increase in barium and aluminum in California's water supply.
We shall propose further cooperative efforts between all the nations in weather prediction and eventually in weather control.
The armies need to know more and more about weather that surrounds this planet is a vital part of the expanded research program of atomic weapons.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. Let's go back to horses.
We all talk about the weather. The Army is doing something.
Yeah, the chemtrails. It's just water vapor, dude. Everyone calm down.
The weather.
Look at that shit. That's literally the chemtrails, bro. Creating a smoke screen. My God. I hate these motherfuckers, dude. I fucking hate the military. Look at them. Vile critters. Disgusting. Fuck fucking disgusting, bro. What is wrong with these people?
I would like to take you into the laboratory and show you a few of the experiments that led us to our outdoor experiments in converting clouds into snow. Using our home freezing unit, such as this, we can form supercool clouds just like those in the natural atmosphere by taking a tiny piece of dry ice such as this and scratching it so a few tiny fragments fall into the supercool cloud. Long streaks develop. The particles grow very fast. They grow about 1 billion-fold in volume in a few seconds. Many millions of snow crystals form, and we get the same effect as is produced by dry ice. Dry ice is not particularly important as far as the fact that it's CO2 is primarily important because it's colder than minus 35 degrees centigrade. This is a picture of the first cloud that we seeded back last November. Flying in a small Fairchild plane, and putting dry ice from a small dispenser in the bottom of the plane, and within minutes saw long streamers of snow falling from the base of the cloud and evaporating into the drier air below. Under many conditions, of course, full-fledged snowstorms will be produced in this way. Nature at last has permitted to do a little something about the weather.
Using Schaefer-Langmuir techniques, the Army Signal Corps and Office of Naval Research began conducting many of these experiments.
In 1947, Project Cirrus expanded to test cloud seeding on a hurricane traveling eastbound 350 miles off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. They dropped 80 pounds of dry ice into the raging storm, only to realize that the hurricane suddenly changed direction and began traveling back towards the United States. Savannah, Georgia, was hit by record-breaking winds of up to 85 miles per hour. More than 1,500 people were left homeless, and at least 2 people died. The total damage was reported in the millions of dollars, and the project and its participants were blamed for what happened.
On the night of the 15th of August, 1952, the worst flood in British history swept through the tiny seaside village of Lynmouth. 90 million tons of water devastated the area, killing 35 people and leaving over 400 homeless. 40,000 tons of boulders were dragged off the moors, destroying houses and cars. Reporters spoke to squadron leader Len Otley. He confirmed that he worked on Project or Operation Cumulus, which was also referred to as Operation Witch Doctor. What's more, in mid-August,
I low-key hope my country's absorbed by China sometimes. At least they have Chinese medicine, art, architecture, wisdom, etc. Yeah, dude. I hope... I'm ready to become Iranian. I don't give a fuck.
1952, Alan Yates, a lecturer at Cranfield School of Aeronautics at the time, was asked to take part in cloud seeding experiments. According to Yates, the artificial rain fell over Lynmouth and washed the village into the sea. Newly declassified documents prove that Project Cumulus was indeed going on.
Nikita, how do these pilots do this? Honestly, I'm wondering, bro. Do you think maybe that they're just unmanned? I could totally see that.
On the day of the flood that year.
Project Sky.
But no, I don't think it's that hard to have a fleet of 100 psychopath pilots. I mean, these pilots will do anything to fly planes. They're you know, if they talk, they lose the ability to fly their little planes. These little fucking autists. They probably give them that surgery in The Expanse too, where they cut the part of your brain that has the empathetic region, so that you don't even think about this shit. You're like, yeah, I fly big plane, drop metal from sky, but I get to go fast. They're all just little Steve McQueens.
Fire, a U.S. forestry research operation concerned with the study of lightning and all of its manifestations.
Project Skyfire is aimed at lightning fires in western Florida. In detail, the manner in which
This video is called Frankenskies. It's a documentary about the chemtrails. Peppa shared it.
Work involves you in the dispersion of clouds, which happen to have some effect on, or rather bring about thunderstorms or what have you. Could you tell our audience something about that type of work? Laurie, we're conducting experiments in cloud seeding. aimed at determining whether or not weather modification techniques might possibly prevent lightning fires. We carry this work on by seeding clouds with silver iodide nuclei. We disperse silver iodide from specially developed generators located either on the ground or on aircraft. Our experience has been that we can do the best job through aircraft seeding.
Again, man looks to his own efforts to increase the flow of water. Since the 1946 experiments of Dr. Vincent Schaefer, we have known that some clouds can be modified through seeding to yield additional precipitation. In 1961, Congress directed the Bureau of Reclamation to begin a long-range study of cloud seeding with the aim of eventually augmenting the nation's supply of water. The program, called Project Skywater, continues at many sites throughout the United States. Eventually, if the research program proves successful, the methods learned will become part of our nation's integrated water resources program.
In 1962, during the Vietnam War, American forces responded with Operation Ranch Hand. Over the next 9 years...
Hey, I like flying planes, asshole. Yeah, but you're not flying planes and dropping fucking Agent Orange on everyone and being like, well, I get to fly the big fast planes.
Years, spraying an area about the size of Massachusetts with defoliants.
Zane, if I find out that you're one of these chemtrailers, it's on like Donkey Kong, bro.
The most notorious being Agent Orange. Large swaths of Vietnam were left barren.
Enough food to feed 600,000 people for a year has been...
And yeah, that's the thing. People don't have a conscience when money... literally, people think that it's okay to do whatever as long as you get paid for it. They think that money means it's okay. Weird.
Been destroyed.
Despite this sudden devastation, U.S. officials said the spraying created no lasting harm.
Milton Ross, a Special Forces advisor near Pleiku, has a son born without the tips of his fingers.
North Vietnam charged today that defoliants have produced many instances of miscarriages, congenital defects, and monstrosities among children.
The Vietnamese government insisted the cause was Agent Orange.
Although that war was long ago, there is lingering anger about the United States' use of a controversial defoliant spread by American aircraft on the jungles there.
An epidemic of birth defects, brain damage, and rare cancers still affecting hundreds of thousands of Vietnamese today.
According to environmental studies, high levels of dioxin could still be found in the soil in certain areas and had seeped into nearby lakes.
Agent Orange was a safe product when it was used in the Vietnam War, and it's a safe product today.
I got something to say. I want to know how come the fascist pigs have been seeding the clouds. Right. Last hour, the airplanes going over twice with all the smoke coming out of them seeding the clouds. And I want to know, why that stuff is going down, man. And why doesn't the media report that stuff to the...
Dude, yeah, for real.
People, man. I'm telling you what happened. The planes come over an hour and a half and they seed all the clouds. It's the second time they people of unknown origin.
And they made it all rain?
We're seeding the clouds over the... I don't know what they hope to prove, for.
Project Storm Fury assembled a team of highly trained scientists and...
Your dad died from a heart attack and they said it was from long-term effects of Agent Orange exposure he had in Vietnam? It's bullshit, dude. I'm sure the army was like, we're so sorry. Here, this is definitely not going to bring your dad back, but here's a little bit to get you over. To make the funeral and all that stuff easy. Since we killed him. Doubt that, right?
Technicians to fly into mature hurricanes.
Scientists working on the project were convinced that they could reduce hurricane devastation using a process called cloud seeding by spraying the thunderclouds inside the hurricane with a chemical called silver iodide. This would become known as the Storm Fury hypothesis.
The seeding planes fly across the eye and into these clouds, seeding the supercooled water droplets from the belt of maximum winds outwards.
As the silver iodide turns the supercooled water into ice, the heat...
Yeah, exactly. It's why they send young boys to war and not fully matured brains that know right from wrong, for sure.
Released during this process causes the seeded clouds to grow and develop into a new outer eye wall. At that time, the United States Army were in Vietnam. Pierre Saint-Amand was part of the team assembled in a top-secret cloud seeding operation known simply as Project Popeye. In May 1967, as monsoon clouds developed over the Ho Chi Minh Trail, Armand and his team put their new weapon to the test.
We ejected the material so that it fell into the growing part of the cloud, and it rained very heavily out of it, and everybody was convinced with that one experiment that we'd had done enough.
Project Popeye had opened the door to a new and dangerous type of warfare.
Some said, if you control the weather, you can control the world. Military planners imagined loading the clouds with radiological, biological, or chemical agents and having them rain on demand.
They could attack your enemy using the weather, but deny ever doing so. Allegations were made that cloud seeding had not only made jungle paths impassable, it had also killed thousands of innocent people.
Yeah, dude, right? There's no way that they weren't making all that rain in the jungle in Vietnam, right? That was just the U.S. killing their own men.
But this didn't stop governments from continuing to explore ways of modifying the weather, sometimes for highly questionable purposes.
And that message calls for new frontiers, new visions. It calls for us taking the steps now that will make us no longer second in space and in science. It lays the predicate and the foundation for the development of a weather satellite that will permit man to determine the world's cloud layer and ultimately to control the weather, and he who controls...
And he's saying a motherfucking satellite is doing that. Dude, and Barry said it earlier. Yeah, they have like a low layer of clouds that's literally like, it feels like a couple 100 feet above our heads. I mean, it definitely is only that because it's always, you know, the skyscrapers in Manhattan are always going up into it. It's so fake. And then there's another layer of clouds above that with a huge gap in between. So they can just do whatever the fuck, you know, all the sister fucking they want in the sky there. No one will know.
The weather permit man to determine the world's times. It lays the predicate and the foundation for the development of a weather satellite that will permit man to determine the world's cloud layer and ultimately to control the weather, and he who controls the weather will control the world. It lays the steps that's necessary to provide a nuclear rocket that will produce benefits that are so unlimited that I couldn't...
LBJ is such a fucking cuck, dude. I hate him so much.
Tell you about him if I had all that.
July 1976. Strange, unexplained blackouts in worldwide communications plague the globe and are covertly transmitting extremely low-frequency waves, otherwise known as ELF waves.
It's called the Russian woodpecker because it was essentially that sort of clicking, pecking sound.
In 1982, a report by Pentagon researcher L. Ponte alleges the Russian woodpecker signal is actually creating layers of artificial ionization in the upper atmosphere, which means it could have been bending the jet stream.
Dude, it's their harp.
And altering global wind patterns.
There's been a lot of research in military labs over what you can do with putting radio waves into the atmosphere. Some of the research indicates that one can move the jet stream around and thus induce weather conditions.
It's no coincidence that the United States began building its own mysterious array of antennas.
HARP is the High Frequency Active Auroral Research Project, originally a joint effort of the Air Force and Navy in cooperation with a number of academic institutions.
Of 180 antennas, approximately 72 feet tall, linked together to function as one giant steerable antenna. Steerable because it can aim millions of watts of ELF waves into one tiny patch of the atmosphere. HARP is one of several ELF wave transmitters located all over the globe. Working in tandem, these transmitters alter the weather anywhere in the world, potentially changing the jet stream's course entirely. The intense energy being beamed into the sky by HARP sends pulses of ELF waves into the ionosphere. The waves get reflected back down and pass through the Earth and ocean. But HARP's startling potential doesn't end there. It's linked to a strange phenomena occurring in our skies.
You toured HARP in 2018? Holy shit. What'd you think? Can you hear the microwaves that they're beaming into the sky?
On clear days, you can often see long white lines being traced high in the sky. They are contrails of jet...
Shut the fuck up!
...aircraft.
Lying-ass bitch.
Actually long, slender clouds. Weathermen are finding them especially fascinating because a theory is being developed that those long white lines may be changing our weather for the better. Details from Roger O'Neill.
For the better?
Exhaust from jet engines, usually seen as long, thin trails of white clouds behind high-flying jet airplanes, may be a big reason why there are 30 fewer days of sunshine a year in the Midwest now than there were in 1900. The daily range between high and low temperatures has also narrowed.
Dude, I'm telling you, if we got to figure out how to look at how many cloudy days there used to be and how many there are now, because it's a quadrillion. We got to get one of those autistic savants who knows every day's weather and be like, hey, are you noticing any patterns between the last 10 years and the 30 years before that?
The absence of natural clouds, given the correct atmospheric conditions, jet aircraft in high frequency can almost completely cover the atmosphere with clouds.
No one is trying to make clouds now using jet engines, but this study suggests that jet travel is inadvertently making our days more cloudy. And someday, weather researchers may be able to use jets on purpose to change our weather. Roger O'Neill, NBC News, Champaign, Illinois.
And finally, a federal report today predicted possible catastrophic warming of the Earth by the 1990s with the strong climate change.
Hurricane Gloria is moving on the East Coast tonight like a monster out of a science fiction film.
3,000 homes went underwater, and of those, almost 900 were destroyed.
From 1987 through 1992, California experienced the most severe drought in the state's history. According to NOAA, an anomaly occurs in the jet stream. The winds appear to change direction, blowing east to west instead of west to east, indicating the jet stream coming into the west is suddenly much weaker than normal, causing a drought. By 1995, the jet stream returns to normal.
Here there were huge problems with flooding, intersections and parking lots underwater, homes threatened, people trapped in the river that you see out here behind me, forcing those dramatic rescues.
This U.S. Air Force report graphically outlines the military's desire to exploit and manipulate the weather for the purposes of war by the year 2025.
Yes, these Swiss conquerors, they come from a 365 cloudy day per year climate. Of course they're trying to block the sun.
According to one of the most harrowing lines in this report, quote, weather modification is a force multiplier with tremendous power that could be exploited across the full spectrum of war-fighting environments.
Man-made global warming is no longer just...
Don't let this get to me. What, the chemtrails? Dude, the chemtrails do fucking... They drive me crazy, bro.
Just a serious...
I swear to God, my eyes are always irritated now. I wouldn't doubt it that it's a bunch of aluminum fucking shavings stuck in my eyeballs.
About climate.
No, it's not getting to me. All we can do is fuck them up. Shine a light on them.
It is the defining moral and political cause of our age. It is presented in the media as having the stamp of authority of an impressive international organization.
From the IPCC.
The United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or IPCC.
I've often heard it said that there is a consensus of thousands of scientists on the global warming issue and that humans are causing a catastrophic change to the climate system.
Why do people eat anything other than breakfast? Dude, yeah, breakfast food is the best. I wish there was a Waffle House here. Bro, I would smash a Waffle House.
I am one.
Diner breakfast? Diner breakfast is... I think diners are probably one of the greatest institutions of all time. Right? They all kind of know the gist. They're like, yep, we got everything. Hash browns, American fries, biscuits and gravy, omelets, pancakes. You can probably get a cup of chili in the morning if you want. Fuck it, why not? I love the place with all the 4 different syrups. Dude, IHOP is the shit. Or, well, it used to be. Stopped going there during the pandemic because it was so fucking expensive. I haven't had a frickin' IHOP in a minute. But yeah, you get those cheesecake strawberry pancakes. Fuck me. Their hash browns pretty dope. But Waffle House is always going to be the king.
Scientists, and there are many that simply think that is not true.
The final conclusions are politically driven.
This claim that the IPCC is the world's top 1,500 or 2,500 scientists, you look at the bibliographies of the people and it's simply not true. There are quite a number of non-scientists.
And to build the number up to 2,500, they have to start taking reviewers and government people and so on, anyone who ever came close to them. And none of them are asked to agree. Many of them disagree.
Those people who are specialists but don't agree with the polemic and resign, there have been a number that I know of. They are simply put on the author list and become part of this 2,500 of the world's top scientists.
People have decided you have to convince other people that since no scientist disagrees, you shouldn't disagree either.
Climate scientists need there to be a problem in order to get funding.
We have a
I filmed at that place before. That was at the Hunting, or the, what's it called? Huntington? Is that where the fucking NASA center is in Alabama? I think Huntington is what it's called. That's where all the NASA cucks went and moved, or the Nazi cucks. There's a ton of Nazis there, bro.
Interest.
But they got all their fake ass fucking spaceships all over.
Creating panic, because then money will flow to climate science.
It's become a great industry in itself. And if the whole global warming farrago collapsed, there'd be an awful lot of people out of jobs and looking for work.
There's one thing you shouldn't say, and that is, this might not be a problem.
If you go to page 119 of the president's budget, he's anticipating generating $646 billion in new tax revenue from this bill. So clearly the president expects this bill to generate $646 billion in new taxes that even his own budget director has said would be passed on to consumers. So you mustn't have been listening to our testimony that we've had for the last few days with dozens of experts that have come in who have given completely different views.
Well,
I would encourage you to go back and look at the testimony this committee's heard. Dude, we're talking about that can export millions of jobs out of our economy, out of our country, and testimony's been given just to those numbers. And so we're talking about a serious consequence that there would
Scalise
be on this country. The carbon would be emitted, but it would be emitted in China and India, and the jobs would go to China and India. Do you want to
Wait. They're not actually planning to go to the moon on April Fool's Day, are they? Shut up. Dude, come on. They're playing with us way too much, dude. That's hilarious. They don't even care anymore.
Global warming pollution causes global warming.
It's my understanding that back in 1997, when you were vice president, Enron's CEO, Ken Lay, was involved in discussion.
It's called Huntsville. That's what it is, right? Huntsville, Alabama.
with you at the White House about helping develop this type of policy, this trading scheme. And is that accurate? Is it inaccurate? It's been reported.
I don't know, but I met with Ken Lay, as lots of people did, before anybody knew that he was a crook.
And clearly, you can see why so many of us are concerned about turning over this country's energy economy. I didn't know him well enough to call him Kenny Boy.
And yeah, Sherlock, I agree. I don't think that there were people in the planes that went into the World Trade Center. And we know that the other two things weren't planes, they were missiles, so...
You knew him well enough to help devise this trading scheme, and obviously we know what Enron and these big guys on Wall Street like Goldman Sachs, and I know you've got interest with Goldman Sachs.
No.
These people, well, that's been reported. Is that not accurate?
No, I wish I did.
I'm saying that there are going to be big winners and big losers.
You met a retired NOAA meteorologist, and he told you that no one gets a job with NOAA if they're not a Freemason, Benai, secret society member. These motherfuckers, dude.
In this bill, and I think that should be noted, that companies like Enron helped come up with this trading scheme that would
Enron.
I don't know if this is true or not, that some scientists are trying to figure out a way to block the sun
I'm on live
to
chat.
try to slow down global warming.
Yeah, it's a measure of the feeling of desperation that some of them feel.
Are they really thinking they could do that?
Well, some of them are seriously proposing, and I think it's completely nuts.
Yeah.
You put another kind of pollution, sulfur dioxide, up to orbit, cover the atmosphere. The sky won't be really blue in the way it is now anymore, but it would block out some of the sun's heat so that we wouldn't have to take the difficult steps to stop spewing all this global warming pollution into the atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, there are a lot of problems with what they're proposing.
You could actually spray sulfuric acid in the stratosphere.
I feel like I have cat hair all over my face from rubbing my fucking head with Mushka.
20 kilometers over our head, and use that to stop the planet warming up in a ugly tech fix.
You can spray something into the atmosphere to change.
Spray pollution into the atmosphere to stop it warming.
How do you do this?
You'd start with a fleet of modified business jets and say 20,000 tons of sulfuric acid into the stratosphere every year, and each year you have to put a little more. And this doesn't, in the long run, mean that you can forget about cutting emissions. We will need to rein in.
No, we'll get to it eventually. But in the meantime, we're shrouding the earth in sulfuric acid.
So people are terrified about talking about this because they're scared that it will prevent us cutting emissions.
Right, and also that it's sulfuric acid.
We put 50 million tons of sulfuric acid in the air now as pollution. And
they're like, dude, the thought process of doing all of this instead of just limiting gas and starting to do other shit is so hilarious. We'll do anything but, right?
It kills a million.
And honestly, that's the proof that this is all just being controlled by profit and capitalism and oil people who don't want to change, don't want to... these oil people could literally just fucking be like, okay, we're going to switch gears. It's our duty to the earth to fucking stop this oil scourge that we've done to the entire earth. We have all of the capital. Let's do a solar. Let's do a ether. We're literally hiding free energy from these people. Let's do that. And instead they're like, actually, let's hide all that from them and keep doing this forever, dude. That's how I know it's all bullshit, bro.
People a year worldwide.
Okay, but it'll be better if we put more in.
We're talking about 1% of that.
1% more, we're just killing 10,000 more people.
You can do math.
What happens to the sulfuric acid after it's sprayed? Does it just stay up there?
No, it rains down, but it's a tiny addition to what we're already doing.
Is there any possible way this could come back to bite us in the end?
It actually turns out to be an old idea. This was
He's like, no.
Since President Johnson.
You ever
never seen President Johnson? You said this is an old idea. Oh, this goes back to Lyndon Baines Johnson, who shot JFK's brains out of his head.
Those planes up there, they have contrails behind them. Maybe all those planes with the contrails. Maybe
I mean, he's got his fucking first name. He's got a girl's name. Okay, sorry. His name's Lyndon.
They're actually spraying chemicals into the atmosphere right now, and Uncle Sam isn't telling us.
Seems extremely unlikely.
That the United States is not telling something to its citizens, that seems extremely likely to me. Read the newspaper. I think they might have your idea already.
Who the fuck was that guy, dude?
This geoengineering idea in its simplest form is basically the following. You could put fine particles, say sulfuric acid particles, sulfates, into the upper atmosphere, the stratosphere, where they'd reflect away sunlight and cool the planet. There's lots of mystery in the details, and there's some bad side effects.
It's actually a bad and old idea, so it's fine. Lyndon Baines Johnson said this was cool. Grow up.
Like it partially destroys the ozone layer, and I'll get to that in a minute, but it clearly cools down. And one other thing, it's fast. I guess the thing I haven't said about this is it is absurdly cheap. It's amazing how it can affect the planet. The one thing about this is it gives us extraordinary leverage. This improved science and engineering will, whether we like it or not, give us more and more leverage to affect the planet, to control the planet, to give us weather and climate control, not because we plan it, not because we want it, just because science delivers it to us bit by bit.
What is geoengineering?
It's really two very different things. One is ways that we would alter the amount of sunlight the Earth absorbs, and so cool the planet, partly offsetting the effects of carbon in the atmosphere. And
literally kill yourself.
that's called solar radiation management, or in some technocratic way, SRM. And the other one is to take carbon out of the atmosphere, so-called carbon dioxide removal.
Before we get on to solar radiation management, let me ask you about the carbon dioxide removal.
Is this that same fucking guy?
A Royal Society report here in the United Kingdom back in 2009 said that no method of carbon dioxide removal has yet been demonstrated to be effective at an affordable cost with acceptable environmental impacts. And they only work to reduce temperatures over very long timescales.
I think that's exactly right, and I can say that both as an author of that report and as somebody running a startup company trying to capture CO2 from the air.
Before we get into the pros and cons of it, how solar radiation management might work.
Conceptually, it's simple. The doing it is not the hard part, but you could use aircraft or other methods to deliver literally tons or millions of tons of very small reflective aerosols, tiny particles, say, to the upper atmosphere.
Spraying them out at a high altitude.
Correct.
Isn't one of the problems with the climate and studying the climate is that it's incredibly difficult to know exactly how it works. It is very difficult to model.
Sure, it's impossible to know exactly, but you can still learn a lot. So we actually ran a survey almost a year ago now that took data, high quality data, from 1,000 people in the UK, Canada, and the US to try and understand public support for research on these technologies, and what kind of political leanings influence people's decision to be for or against. And in fact, we found pretty broad support for research.
But that particular opinion survey that you're talking about, it also came up with the finding that 64% of subjects agree that humans should not be manipulating nature in the way suggested by solar radiation management.
Exactly.
How does 1/3 of people think that we should be doing that?
Well, that would suggest that there isn't particularly broad support at the moment for the theory behind this.
There's not broad support for doing it, and I think that's quite a healthy thing. I mean, I'm one of the people who, maybe starting 20 years ago, most helped to open the door to get public conversation going on this thing.
Wait, okay, he's not for it, okay, right? He's not for doing chemtrails. He's doing the other shit, the boring carbon shit. All of this instead of reducing oil.
How do you think, in that case, the public can be convinced, given that there is...
Like, literally, guys, what's the fucking plan here? Oil consumption for literal ever? For fucking ever? It's a finite resource, bro. What is the plan? These fucking idiots. I hate them, bro.
As we saw with this project in Britain, tremendous skepticism, even about research at what you say is a very, very benign level.
Public opinion will evolve over a long time, and from my point of view, the goal is to try and make that public opinion be able to have...
Yeah, dude, oil is the philosopher's stone, turning rock into black stone. Or black gold. Exactly.
Be be able to be shaped by facts as well as possible, and also shaped by people's values. It's not to promote this. So actually,
well, it is in part to promote this. I mean, you're a great enthusiast for this, and as you said, you have your own private company, which is...
At my private company, which works on a very different part of it, which doesn't suffer from these governance challenges.
But it is all to do with the issue of geoengineering.
Actually,
I mean, you know, it's an incredibly sensitive topic.
I actually don't think my job is promoting. My job is to help clear thinking and clear knowledge about the tools we have to regulate climate risk, among them this one. And I'm perfectly prepared to find the results show that we should never do this. So if it works, and again, we don't know it does, it provides some protection in the near term.
Isn't there a problem, though, that you could end up with different effects in different parts of the world? I mean, you could, for example, find that although you're reducing the amount of sunlight and the amount, therefore, that the Earth is warming up, rainfall is affected in different ways in different parts of the world.
Absolutely. Essentially, the scientists and technocrats, including myself, I guess, are helping to invent a thermostat knob. But it's much easier to invent the knob than to figure out who should be in charge of it in a world with many states.
No, indeed, and I want to come on to the governance, but I want to ask specifically about...
Don't worry, the Freemasons decided for everyone.
The science of this, which is how far can you tell whether the effects of cellular radiation management are then going to cause perhaps a
Yeah, he's just being a devil's advocate. He is for all of this, right? He's a total fuckhead.
Catastrophic loss of rainfall in a certain part of the world. At the moment, it seems to be hazy, this.
I think it's not as hazy as that. So using exactly the same climate models as we've used to estimate the problems with CO2 in the atmosphere, the underlying climate problem, we've applied those same models and same techniques to look at this. And the results so far, I have to say, look pretty good. That's why we're paying any attention to it.
Richard Branson himself, who owns the Virgin Airline Group, was quoted back in 2009 in the New York Times saying, if we could come up with a geoengineering answer to this problem, we could carry on flying our planes and driving our cars.
It's going to cost a lot of money.
And yet I mean, let's be clear here, you and your company are after Branson's money.
The cheapest thing to do is to use the atmosphere as a waste dump. And if we want to stop doing that, we must have laws that restrict the ability to use the atmosphere as a waste dump.
My question is, are you not...
Get this fucking dude, the worst thing that I'm ever called is when people are like, you look like Bill Gates. Jump off a bridge, bro. How dare you?
Concerned that you and your company, Carbon Engineering, is looking for money from people like Richard Branson. It's funded, I think, in part by Murray Edwards, who is a key figure in time.
Yeah, if alchemy is about gold, which is currency, which buys mass servitude, then oil is definitely an allegorical philosopher's stone. Yeah. Because Barry said, if the earth isn't a globe and weather is mainly fake and money is fake and all politicians are bastardized pedophile henchmen, members of the 13 families, the only real currency is human souls. That's true.
Tar sands, which is seen as one of the dirtiest fuels on the planet.
It is.
Are you not slightly concerned about the people who you're getting into bed with?
I'm happy to take money from serious folks who have a broad set of interests. No problem. First of all, I should say, for work on SRM, on these very high leverage technologies that have security concerns, I believe there should be no private action, there should be no for-profit action. I believe it would make sense for SRM to actually restrict or eliminate the possibility of patenting.
Isn't your company involved in several patents?
1 minute.
This is the difference. So for capturing CO2 from the air, that's an encapsulated small technology, which can be regulated by the normal laws. It's inherently expensive, so there's no risk of sucking all the CO2 out of the air because it costs so much. Any technology you have that removes CO2 will have local risks, maybe unacceptable risks, but those risks can be managed by the normal local risk management we have. So I think that I'm happy to see private action on cutting emissions by making solar power or electric vehicles or capture from air. I'm not happy to see public action on technologies with this huge leverage, like putting particles in the stratosphere.
I'll tell you a little bit about some new work we've been doing, thinking about how you actually might put aerosols in the stratosphere. The novel method we've
Kill yourself.
been thinking about, or it's not novel at all, it's actually exactly what happens from aircraft contrails, is that we put a condensable, a few megatons a year of sulfur would be enough to produce sort of 4 watts per square meter rate of forcing directly out of the back of an aircraft. But there's a huge literature in the nanofabrication world.
Happy 9/11, boys. Here, let's listen to H suggested or brought up Agent Orange, the punk band. Let's listen to this. Blood Stains. Happy 9/11, Morgan.
Make things worse for me. Sometimes I'd rather
Happy 9/11, boys. Put your blickies out. Get your blickies out. Get your blickies out. Let's scream and shout.
Things seem so much different now. The scene has died away. I haven't got a steady job, and I got no place to stay. Well, that's a futuristic modern world, but things are
Blickies out. Blickies out. Blickies out. Blickies out. Put your blickies out now, boys. Get your blickies out. Get your blickies out. Get your blickies out. Get your blickies out. Yeah, this rules. Sorry to disappoint you, but there is no space light years. Fuck. Finger blicky, boys. Get your blicky out. We got him. Hell yeah. Happy 9/11, boys. We made it to another one. Look at us. 67 strong. 8-9 over on the Twitch. Like the stream if you liking what you're seeing. Appreciate you guys. Back to the chemtrails. And I gotta go 10-1. BRB.
About making fine particles from low vapor pressure gas. And there's nothing very hard in terms of aircraft engineering. If you go to aircraft engineers, and we've done this, they say that would be easy, we could do this if you want us to. We've mostly thought about sulfur, and there's a lot of good reasons to think about sulfur, because sulfur's what nature does, at least in this version of the model. It says if you put sulfur in continuously, you actually get a remarkably ineffective result. Nevertheless, there might be some good reasons to think about alumina. The big deal really is that alumina has 4 times the volumetric rate as sulfur, but roughly 16 times less the coagulation rate, so you could get away, we think, with much smaller mass flux. The little picture is from a nanofabrication study, which shows you can make high-quality alumina particles just by spraying aluminum vapor out, which oxidizes. So it certainly seems pretty cost-effective and easy to do this with aircraft that are not very different from conventional aircraft. High-class business jets like the Gulfstream have wing designs that are very efficient. So with slightly different engine choices, they can easily deliver large weights up to sort of 20 kilometers or a little higher. And you could do that by either building new versions of these aircraft or even re-engineering existing aircraft. We have engineering firms that can do it. So you go to an engineering firm and you want this done. They don't say this is hard or unusual. They say, okay, yes, we could do it. Once you realize you can make things by direct condensation from vapor, then all sorts of different compounds are possible. But it's much, much harder to actually figure out the environmental risks and effectiveness of these new methods than it is to cook them up. Aerosol geoengineering looks like it is so cheap that the cost is basically not going to be an issue. That means that implementation decisions will be risk-to-risk decisions. So the key factors are this is fast, it's cheap, and it's inherently imperfect. It cannot compensate for the amount of CO2 in the air. On a commercial basis, I do absolutely no proprietary commercial work on solar radiation management because I think such work would be wrong.
Solar geoengineering refers to a set of technologies that could allow humanity to deliberately increase the planet's reflectivity, and so partially offsetting.
Bro, I mean, dude, this is literally exactly what they're doing. That's why the sky does look so reflective and shit. It's why you keep seeing those, like, sundog, you know? Like, when you look at the sun and it's got, like, the rainbow rings around it, it's because they have all this reflective shit in the sky. They are literally already doing this. Like, fully. You know, I mean, we know this, but, like, this, it's so, like, it's crazy that they can just do this. And who's holding them accountable? No one. We don't even know who the fuck's doing it. We can't even get up there. Yeah, terraforming the fucking planet, bro. I'm telling you, Iran, give me, and you know what? Also, fuck Iran for not, drop every one of these chemtrail planes. Come on. If you can drop a F-35, you can drop one of these chemtrailers. Yeah, they literally trying to snowpiercer us, bro. It gets me so fucking mad, spitting mad. Yeah, it's the same guy. I think this whole doc is, I think this guy's like the spokesperson for it, right, Peppa? He's the fucking ugly ass face for this shit. He's clearly paid by lizards. I mean, he is a lizard. But yeah, that's why everything does look so reflective. It's literally, yeah, it's like metallic. You can feel the metallic heat here. Yeah. That's why it hurts so much. It's like magnified. Dude, we gotta fucking... Iran, drop one on Harvard. The whole school. Harvard, MIT, get rid of all of them. Yeah, he's like...
The temperature changes and other climate changes that come from the accumulation of carbon dioxide. Solar
fucking licking his lizard teeth right now, not even his lips. Do lizards even have lips?
Very
not really.
Inexpensive. The cost might be something like $10 billion for the whole planet. That sounds like a lot of money each year, but in fact, that's something like 1/10,000th of global GDP.
I know. I paused too much. People in my area say it's allergies. Yeah, allergies to barium. Dude, for real.
This next story is so unbelievable, we didn't think it could possibly be true. But after receiving thousands of records and declassified reports from the Army, it's confirmed that during the Cold War, the United States military conducted secret tests on unsuspecting people in the city of St. Louis.
Lisa Martino Taylor's life work has been to uncover details of the Army.
Wait, Sherlock, you don't know what Snowpiercer is? Snowpiercer is the, who's the director? It's not Park Chan-wook. It's, the guy who did, Parasite. You know what I'm talking about? Anyway, it's about a train of people that it's a class, you know, it's like a caste system on a train that is driving around the entire earth because there was an apocalyptic event, which was the governments of the world spraying the skies in order to stop climate change, but instead they created an endless winter. And the movies or the comic or whatever the fuck it was originally is about a train that a billionaire made that goes around the entire earth on this track, and it can't stop. It has to keep going in order to keep the heat on or whatever the fuck. And the people on the back of the train, you know, are us, and then everyone in front of the train are all the lizard cucks. And they want to keep them in the back of the train, but the story's about getting to the front of the train. It's our story of becoming. Oh yeah, and then they eat fucking bricks of crickets. You should watch it. It's really good. It's a very fun movie. And good.
Secret military experiments carried out in St. Louis and other cities during the 1950s and 60s.
This study was secretive for a reason. They didn't have volunteers stepping up and saying, yeah, I'll breathe zinc cadmium sulfide with radioactive particles.
These Army archive pictures show how the tests were done in Corpus Christi, Texas in the 1960s. In Texas, planes were used to drop the chemical, but in St. Louis, the Army placed chemical sprayers on buildings and station wagons. City officials were kept in the dark about the tests. The Cold War cover story was that the Army was testing smoke screens to protect cities from a Russian attack.
Clearly, they went to great lengths to deceive people.
You know that Bill Gates
by making hundreds of Freedom of Information Act requests, she uncovered once classified documents that confirmed the spraying of zinc cadmium sulfide. The greatest concentration of this compound was sprayed near the Pruitt-Igoe housing complex just south of downtown St. Louis. It was home.
Wait, there's a World Trade Center band? Who is it? What's their name? Is their name just World Trade Center?
To 10,000 low-income people and an estimated...
Oh yeah, thank you. Bong Joon-ho.
70% were under the age of 12. Martino Taylor claims they all unknowingly inhaled this compound morning, noon, and night so the government could measure its effects on their lungs.
So this is in violation of all medical ethics, all international codes, and the military's own policy at that time.
And Venezuelan leader Hugo Chavez has once again accused the United States of playing God. This time it's Haiti's disastrous earthquake that he thinks the U.S. was behind. Spanish newspaper ABC quotes Chavez as saying that the U.S. Navy launched a weapon capable of inducing a powerful earthquake off the shore of Haiti. He adds that this time it was only a drill, and the final target is destroying and taking over Iran.
A wild accusation from Iranian President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. He says Western countries are...
Bro, if a fucking devastating earthquake happens to Iran, just saying, we heard it here first.
...causing drought in certain parts of the world.
What did I call you, Lori? What did I call you? Did I call you something? Awesome? I don't know.
Including Iran. He says they're using high...
The band is called I Am the World Trade Center. Shut up. No way. And shut the fuck up. The song is 3 minutes and 33 seconds. I like how they made the World Trade Center fucking cool up here. Why is there only one? Wait, Calcifer also did a 9/11 song?
His name is Calcifer, and I
Love him so much. He's a tiny little ham, and he likes to give headbutts. Calcifer, Calcifer, he did 9/11.
Calcifer, Calcifer is gonna lay
his little head down, cause he did 9/11.
He's the cutest ham in town.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, you just
I love Calcifer,
dude. Oh yes.
Calcifer loves his mom so much, it's crazy. He doesn't break eye contact with her. Look at him. He's so pathetic.
And look at that handsome, healthy chin. You just look so good. But
oh yeah, he got rid of his little hot spot. Good.
And you were so good at the vet this week. It was just such a good week for the ham, huh?
He's such a good boy.
Naps and snacks.
Bro, this is how Kiddo be looking at me sometimes when I'm laying on the floor with him. I just lay on my back and just pet him with my hand, and then I'll stop petting him for a second because I like when he'll look at me like, what the fuck? And then he goes at my hand with his face and starts rubbing it all over. But then I'll stop petting him for a second and I'll look at him and he'll just start slow blinking at me. He's not out from under the couch yet, but he comes out to do his business and shit, and I think that he's exploring at night, but he's still scared. He's not even really scared. I think he just likes it. It's just like, I think he's just overwhelmed. But he's not like scared because he loves when I'm petting him, he's purring and making biscuits, and every once in a while he'll stick his head out and make sure that I'm still sitting on the couch above him. But yeah, he's being a good boy.
And cuddles. And maybe some playtime. Gonna be a good weekend for the ham.
Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. I got my wires crossed. I thought Sherlock sent this, and then I thought that Sherlock also said this is the 9/11 theme song, but that was Black Deathicus who said that, and I think Black Death was talking about this. The Calcifer song was not the 9/11 theme song, but it could be. All right, we love this. We love Calcifer.
Tech equipment to drain raindrops from clouds. He basically says European countries are stealing rain from Iran for their own use.
You know, they were talking about climate change yesterday, and now we're learning that scientists and research...
Climate chains? Now we're putting the climate in fucking chains, bro? Oh my god. What if we just left the climate be?
Researchers are looking at how to change the weather on purpose. That's right. Lasers now could one day manipulate rain and lightning.
That's right. Well, as Mark Twain once famously said, everyone complains about the weather, but no one ever does anything about it. Well, instead of doing a rain dance, we physicists are...
Yeah, I know. I pulled up that Peggy video. We're going to watch it in a minute.
Firing trillion-watt lasers into the sky to actually precipitate rain clouds and actually bring down lightning bolts.
I fucking hate you.
When you have water vapor and you have dust particles or ice crystals,
there's no way this guy isn't on the fucking in the Epstein emails, right? He's got to be.
Precipitate rain. It condenses around the seeds. These seeds can also be created by laser.
Yeah, I heard what they're doing. They're stealing the water from Iran, of course. Yeah.
Beams. By firing trillion-watt lasers, you rip apart the electrons, creating what are called ions, bringing down rain and even lightning.
So I remember reading the stories that China had used this during the Olympics, that the USSR had used this after Chernobyl to create rain clouds. I mean, did those really work then? We have some of these capabilities now?
Inconclusive. Even in the 60s, the CIA used this to bring down monsoons during the Vietnam War. Governments have been playing with this thing.
Alleged to.
Alleged to, right.
All right, we'll do Goodbye Nancy's tonight.
Yeah.
Now, we realize that for decades now, these governments have been alleged to have experimented with weather control, but nothing conclusive. We're actually using trillion-watt lasers now. They precipitate rain out of water vapor. Sure enough, you can actually bring down electricity down the beam. The bad news is, if it's a clear blue sky, it's not going to do anything at all, because it only takes water vapor that's already in the air and condenses it. However, you name it, outdoor events and agriculture.
This is why it's always fucking misty, bro. They love misting it up so they can fucking fire their high-powered lasers through it and condense it into rain. Bro, that makes sense. Remember when we would always see that shit, like, you know, in the cell tower, or like in the overhead weather data shit? That is what they're doing. They are shooting lasers through it, creating rain. That makes sense.
And flooding and even hurricanes, all of them could be subject to weather modification.
Terrorists no longer the CIA's only priority. The U.S. intel agency now investing in weather?
Well, they're looking into something called climate engineering or geoengineering, which is a way to manipulate the climate to mitigate the effects of global warming. And they think that maybe this might pose a national security threat in the form of exacerbating water shortages or causing more regional instability in places like Darfur or in India-Pakistan region, in the Kashmir region. So they want to find ways of mitigating climate climate change, and they're investigating are there possible ways of doing that. Scientists have been researching this have been thinking about this for quite some time. There are two general ways of engineering the climate. One is called solar radiation management, which is putting particles into the atmosphere. So like if you think of a volcano explodes and it releases particles and that cools down the planet. So that's one way. You can put a balloon up in the atmosphere and spray particles. And then another way would be to possibly bring down carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere in a process called carbon capture and storage. They're basically funding research by the National Academy of Sciences.
Okay, so the CIA is not trying to control the weather. We've tried that before and it doesn't really work, but they're trying to impact climate change.
It literally works so good. What the fuck are you talking about, Steve Douchey, you fucking lying idiot? Look at this buffoon. He's the least chinned up Rothschild I've ever seen.
They want to have a lot of tools in the arsenal in case climate change is as bad as some scientists believe it is. They want to have a way of mitigating it.
You told one of our producers at this point it's pretty doubtful this is a lie.
The chemtrails are part of a reset because young kids don't even know what a real cloud looks like, bro. I mean, most people don't anymore. They just fucking, yeah, clouds are straight. They come out of planes.
Terror threat right now.
I don't see I don't see the CIA. Yeah, I don't think that it's going to be an immediate threat. It's definitely something that's going to be a long-term, decades down the line sort of thing.
Well, there you go.
Another example is the array of technologies, often referred to collectively as geoengineering.
Fuck you, John Brennan. CIA
One that has gained my personal attention is stratospheric aerosol injection, or SAI. A method of seeding the stratosphere with particles that can help reflect the sun's heat in much the same way that volcanic eruptions do. An SAI program could limit global temperature increases, reducing some risks.
Hey, you guys remember how the last ice age was started by a volcanic eruption? Or at least that's what we tell you guys. Hey, what if we did that again? What have you seen Snowpiercer? We're literally gonna Snowpiercer you. They could go up here and say that and no one would give a fuck. Everyone would be like, I gotta DoorDash right now. I gotta fucking order DoorDash, dude. I gotta.
It's associated with higher temperatures and providing the world economy additional time to transition from fossil fuels. This process is also relatively inexpensive.
Yeah, dude, the sky used to be a deep blue. Now it's like bright white blue. I hate it. It's so fucking hideous.
The National Research Council estimates that a fully deployed SAI program would cost about $10 billion yearly. Now, I could go on and on and on and on about the things that fascinate me.
Oh my God. You saw someone do clouds. What were you like in the 90s? We have to do Paul, what were you like in the 90s and do Timothy McVeigh? Oh, yes, bro. I'm going to do that tonight. Paul Wysopal, what were you like in the 90s? Oh my God. That's going to be good.
Rather than talk about them, I thought I'd stop here.
Yeah, I love those. What were you like in the 90s? And they show all the straight clouds and then they show actual fucking clouds.
Thank you, Senator. The Air Force has gotten great value out of HAARP in the past. We took over from the Navy and managed it and actually did a number of experiment campaigns up there and have finished our work that we're interested in doing up there. We've moving on to other ways of managing the ionosphere, which the HAARP was really designed to do, was to inject energy into the ionosphere to be able to actually control it. And but that work has been completed. The Air Force has maintained the site for other government agencies to use for several years now. And with DARPA completing their project, that's our last government customer that we have in the site. We have put out a call for other agencies that had interest in managing the site or taking it over, and including going out to academia.
In a time of deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. Let's go.
International corporations are modifying our weather.
Yeah, dude, cutting between the fucking Timothy McVeigh and the Oklahoma City bombing. Oh my God. showing a couple pictures of Paul in the YouTube or the YouTube interview, and then like the Pulse nightclub shooting. And then showing Timothy McVeigh and his bumper sticker picture, all of his childhood photos. Oh my God, that would be so funny.
All the time, and they're modifying it in ways that cover thousands and thousands of square miles. Programs are impacting microclimates needed for our crops to survive and needed for pollination. The other issue is that a lot of times we're talking about mitigation for climate change. It's rather an undefined term at this period of time. And so what happens is that many times we're talking about artificially putting chemicals like sulfur or particulates into the atmosphere in what they call geoengineering schemes to reduce, supposedly, global warming. And if you take and you put up into our skies chemicals to reduce the amount of sunlight reaching the earth, you are going to begin to reduce crop production. Without the process of photosynthesis.
Oh, and don't worry, guys. I'm sure Monsanto is creating genetically modified crops that don't need quite as much sunlight, and all of your old plants, all your seeds, they're gonna die. They're not gonna work.
Whereby plants from direct sunlight gain the energy to grow, to produce crops. We are going to find ourselves, if we mitigate in that direction.
I know early 90s in a home video of my family, there's one of those straight clouds in the sky in Oregon. Dude, I know, watching movies and stuff and TV, it goes way back longer than, certainly longer than most people have been aware. I just don't think it was quite as prevalent. It's so obvious now,
Impacting the crop production not only here in the United States, but worldwide. What you're seeing now, a lot of times many scientists know, especially at NASA and other areas, that the skies that we're seeing are not normal cloud formations. These are man-made. In California, the State Department of Health drinking water tests were examined between 1970 and this year, and we found unusual spiking in barium, aluminum, strontium, manganese, and all of these spiked at the same time in various drinking water supplies across the.
Yeah, this is probably exactly what it is right here. That fucking thing. You fucks. What are these fucks doing, bro? Lizards. Lizard, 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 lizard.
Lizard, lizard. Lizard, 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 lizard. Lizard, 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 lizard. Lizard, 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 lizard.
Sorry, my allergies to barium are acting up right now.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
Hold on, I need this for the soundboard.
Lizard, 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 lizard. Lizard.
Frick.
Lizard, 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 lizard. lizard, 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 lizard. Lizard, 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 lizard.
We got it. Nice. Sorry, boys. Sorry you had to watch the sausage being made. All right, let's watch this video for a minute.
A program over at Harvard University for solar radiation management. Let's just hop right on over here, shall we? And just to put it into perspective, yes.
I just put some happy little chemtrails right in there.
This is what is being passed off as clouds these days. And this looks suspiciously similar to this image right here.
And also, they all look like the fucking Freemason symbols
that a Healthy American sent me. And I have done several videos on this channel about why these are not what YouTube is going to call contrails, all right? Because this is not how planes fly. If they are contrails, why do we have some days that are blue and some days that aren't? And if they are contrails, the entire sky would be filled and not just a few. So I have many objections to that over at my Substack as well. Let's take a look at this. I want to bring you, I've got a couple of things here for you. Oh, we'll take a look at that in just a moment. Here's what I want. All right. It says this Bill Gates funded chemical cloud could help stop global warming.
I'm going to fucking destroy you, Bill Gates.
I covered this story in a previous video, but I wanted to bring an updated version for you so that you could see that it's right out in the open. Now, Bill Gates is not the only one that is funding this. I will show you what's going on over at Harvard, and then I will read to you a little bit more. So here we go. This is funding for Harvard's Solar Geoengineering Research Program, and it's funded by the following foundations and individuals. It would be interesting to dive into this a little bit more. I do want to talk about this Pritzker Innovation Fund in an upcoming video, talk about transforming business. We'll look at that. And wouldn't you know, there's Bill Gates, Granny Gates there, and many more. Here is what is going on. Geoengineering is conventionally split into two broad categories. The first is carbon geoengineering, often...
I don't want to hear about this carbon geoengineering anymore. This shit's fake.
Called carbon dioxide removal, because don't you know, removing carbon dioxide is so good for the planet. That way, plants and trees have nothing that they can take in for their photosynthesis. Oh yes, and didn't you know, like this beautiful plant that I have behind me, it needs three things in order to thrive. It needs oxygen, it needs sunlight, actually it needs carbon dioxide, and it needs sunlight, and it needs water, and it takes carbon dioxide, sunlight, and water, and its byproduct is oxygen. That's why we need more green plants and more carbon dioxide to actually improve the climate on our earth and to improve our yield of crops and so forth. So they want to get rid of carbon dioxide. Oh, guess what? I forgot to mention. We're made of carbon dioxide. That's pretty good, isn't it? All right, let me continue here. So carbon geoengineering seeks to remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, which would address the root cause of climate change, which has never been proven. The accumulation of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. In the chain from emissions to concentrations to temperatures to impacts, it breaks the links from emissions to concentrations. All right, so that's one thing they want to do is get rid of the CO2. And the other thing here is this solar geoengineering. It seeks to reflect a small fraction of sunlight back into space.
Small fraction, my fucking dick. Bro, it's making all of it's so much, it's like dimming and fucking with the sunlight so much, it's blurring the goddamn shadows on the earth.
Increase the amount of solar radiation that escapes back into space to cool the planet. Solar engineering does not address the root cause of climate change. It instead aims to break the link from concentrations to temperatures, thereby reducing some climate damages. And of course, these graphics are hogwash. If you wanted to look at them a little more carefully, I will leave a link for you here, and I will just continue to read for you. It says that there are several proposed solar geoengineering technologies. These include marine cloud brightening, cirrus cloud thinning, space-based techniques, space-based. How do you like them apples? Stratospheric aerosol scattering, among others. Marine cloud brightening would
like, I'm not sure the frogs can get much gayer at this point, guys. Exactly, Inky. No, they've gone too far. What's it gonna take? Literally every frog is gay, guys. Is no one gonna pay attention?
attempt to brighten marine clouds to reflect more sunlight back into space. Because obviously we don't need sunlight on the planet, as I just explained. Certainly we don't need it to grow food or to tan our skin so that we can actually create our own cholesterol that we need in our body is created. And vitamin D, I should say, is created in conjunction with cholesterol through sunlight. So yes, those are necessary, dare I say, essential components in our body. Cirrus cloud thinning would attempt to reduce the thin, high-altitude cirrus clouds to emit more long-wave radiation from the Earth to space. Space-based technologies would attempt to reflect a small fraction of sunlight away from the Earth by positioning a sun shield in space. Lastly, and here is the money maker, stratospheric aerosol scattering would introduce tiny reflective particles such as sulfate aerosols or perhaps calcium carbonate into the upper atmosphere where they could scatter a small fraction of sunlight back into space. All right, there is a technology fact sheet that they have. And again, I will leave this for you over at my Substack, which is peggyhall.substack.com. And this is it. From Harvard Kennedy School for Science and International Affairs, Solar Geoengineering Fact Sheet. And this...
Bro, I'm telling you, we blow up... If Harvard explodes, not we, I would never do this, but if Harvard just by chance had a chemical explosion underneath it or something, and the whole school blew up, I'm not saying it would fix all of our problems, but a majority of them, I mean a bunch of them, several of them. Like, it's definitely worth trying, I think. We've done a lot of things, right? We've done a whole lot of things to try and fix the climate and to fix the world. We have not yet. No one has tried to blow up Harvard to see if that works. I'm just saying, if Harvard was blown to smithereens somehow, not by anyone I know, and I would never condone this because, you know, oh, Harvard scientists, yeah. But I'm just saying... Iran has never tried to see if Harvard didn't exist, if all this shit would keep going on. It's worth a go. Know what I'm saying?
I will also leave a link for you. The Bill Gates funded chemical cloud could help stop global...
No one has ever tried to eradicate Bill Gates from this earth to see if that would help climate change either. I mean, dude, literally, this is what they're doing to us. They're like, has anyone tried to rain fucking rat poison from the sky on all these fucking peasants that bother me every time I get in my Bentley? A brain blast, per se. Yeah, send Harvard a little brain blast.
Warming. Now, this was back in 2019, but there is more and more information coming out. This is from Scientific American, and this was February of 2024. So this is basically 5 weeks ago at the time of this broadcast. It says solar engineering looks to Silicon Valley for new...
Tech billionaires are funding research into controversial methods for cooling the planet. And like, do we really think, like, why, for real talk, guys, do we literally think that Bill Gates and Peter Thiel You know, because Peter Thiel's the one funding the Anduril shit. Do we really think Peter Thiel and Bill Gates are like, guys, unprecedented humanity problem. The earth is getting too warm, which, like, legit, so far, really haven't seen any effects. A billionaire does not preemptively do shit, bro. They don't go, oh, this is going to be a problem in our future. We got to help humanity. When has a billionaire ever tried to help people? Okay, so we got to ask, what are they really doing? And why is it so important for Bill Gates and Peter Thiel to do this? I mean, they're just fucking puppets for the CIA. So why is it so important for the CIA to do this? And literally the most reasonable answer I can come to, besides them just controlling everything and making it so we can't grow plants at home and also making us sad, but literally, bro, spiritual dampening. That's gotta be what it's for, right? Why else would they care? Why else would they do this? Right? Like, it is like one of the craziest things they're doing. Of all the things that they're doing, like, even crazier than the Iran war, truly, I think. I think that the fucking chemtrail shit is like an existential crisis, dude. And the fucked up thing is that literally no one cares, for the most part. No one notices it. No one gives a fuck. Like, it's literally, you aren't believing your own eyes. Like, guys, let's think about it. I mean, also, think about how much of this shit they're putting into the sky. If they're covering up the sun around the whole world every fucking day, dude. Ah! Ah! Yeah, population control. What the fuck else? Like, that's all Bill Gates cares about. That's all Peter Thiel cares about. I guarantee Jeffrey Epstein was on the ground floor of this shit. I don't know how exactly it works, but I mean, I guess it's just starving people, right? That's going to be the plan. Fucking idiots. And it's just like, it's a way that they can basically be like, what do you mean we're covering the sun? What? We've got a fleet of airplanes that are flying around spraying particulated aluminum and barium all over? Us? Peter Thiel? Me? The guy who goes around talking about the Antichrist everywhere? Bill Gates? That fucking lizard? The one who literally hangs out with Jeffrey Epstein? His wife divorced him because he fucked Jeffrey Epstein? That's what I heard. Lizards. Wait. Why did I close that? What was I thinking?
Lizard, 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 lizard. Lizard, 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 lizard.
Wave of funding. Tech billionaires are
yeah, and animals who need the sun. I mean, dude, it's literally a fucking war against life. How dare them tell us how much sun we get? Like, dude, these people deserve to die. I'm serious. They're trying to kill people all over the world. They're covering up the sun. The thing that we need the most. Without the sun, nothing exists. And they're covering it up. And who the fuck voted for that? Who said that's okay? These people deserve death, and way worse.
Funding research into controversial methods.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, the masses are unable to focus on more than one sky thing at a time. Climate change or aliens, that's the full menu. And it's not even climate change. It's literal climate destruction. Sun coverage. They're doing sun covering. Sun dimming. These fucking assholes.
for cooling the planet. All right. Number one is the faulty premise of needing to cool the planet. Whenever there is an argument that's presented to you, or a premise, or a proposition, or a concept, you need to start with the very
like, dude, the only way for these planes to be spraying shit around the entire earth is that all of the air forces and militaries are in on it together. All of them. They have to be, you know? It's crazy.
very, very first presupposition. And in this case, it's that the planet is too hot. Therefore, it needs to be...
Like, says who? It's not even that fucking hot yet.
Cooled down. And what is required of those putting forth this supposition is they need to bring evidence and facts. Evidence and facts are not the same as...
Like, dude, covering the sun like this, I could see this if we were like, if fucking Canada was hitting like 135 degree temperatures. What we're doing is crazy, and there's no way there's not going to be a fucking blowback from it, dude. There's no way that raining metals from the sky that's literally poisoning all of our plants and our soil and our fucking bodies, the air that we fucking breathe. It's literally floating around at night when you shine a flashlight. Yeah, monopoly on food crops doesn't work until we have to buy all of the light and water and soil from Monsanto. Yeah, sorry guys. You gotta have metal alloy soil now. Yeah, I mean, this is just a naturally occurring meteorites just started raining down from the sky, spraying aluminum all over. It wasn't our planes or anything. But luckily, Monsanto's been working on this exact recipe for 60 years, and boy, did our little bet here pay off, man. What a crazy world. I mean, when we started this project, the odds were like 1 to a billion. But man, did we make it go to 1 billion to 1. Or, you know, whatever the good thing is. We knew it was going to happen, bitch. We made it happen. Monsanto's actually running the Vatican. They're running all the Freemasons. It's Monsanto behind all of this.
Opinion, or even...
Like Luigi, if the next Luigi did Monsanto, I'm just saying I wouldn't be mad. Remember how last time they were like, wait, all these people are celebrating this healthcare CEO dying. That's kind of cold-blooded. Well, I'm also adding to the list, if basically any CEO. Is there a single CEO who doesn't deserve this? The Luigi shit? I don't think so. Can't think of one. But yeah, Monsanto way up there too.
Even what they have.
These FBI agents need to get to work. Come on, FBI. Paul, who's the next Luigi? Sick 'em on Monsanto.
Group of opinions. The word I was searching for was consensus. A consensus of opinion is not the same as facts and evidence.
Are we being lied to? Yes. Shock and awe. Here, get this screenshot.
So this premise, which is a faulty premise, that the earth needs to be cooled down and that God made a mistake, don't you know, in creating sunlight, that now these
Bro, sorry, I know I'm pausing. Bro, dimming the sun is literally the new circumcision. They're saying God fucked up when he made the sun. It's sunning too much, and it's actually making these little circumcised demons that we need to control vibrate a little too much, okay? So we're going to turn it down. We're going to turn the wavelengths down a little bit, okay? We're gonna fucking medicate you. Shut the fuck up. Next time we're gonna just cut the whole dick off. We're not even gonna cut the tips off. We're cutting the whole wiener schlong off.
Engineering scientists want to reflect back into space. All right, it all sounds like nonsense and a bunch of hogwash to me. Bill Gates is funding it, and there are others that are now, it says climate scientists, environmental activists, and philanthropists.
Yeah, not to mention NASA officials, the Navy, Air Force, Boeing itself are all over the Epstein list. I'm really starting to think it's all one well-compartmentalized criminal element. Bro, brother, you know what? I'm starting to feel that way as well. I am really starting to feel like that. But that would be so nuts, right? If all of these like-minded, rich, capitalistic interests all kind of converge together. Like, dude, you can't... It's crazy to think that Boeing and Lockheed and all these cucks and Jeffrey Epstein would cut us, the people, out, right? I mean, they would include us, right? If they fell into all these riches, and they wouldn't do all this shit to like manipulate us and control our power and literally kill us and make us more manageable without seeming like they're genociding all of us like they used to when they would just kill everyone in a battle or whatever. Now they're doing it with the sun. That's cool. But yeah, all of those people, I think they might be one giant criminal organized element for sure. Starting to feel that way.
Privately back in January to prepare for an expected surge of Silicon Valley funding related to last-ditch measures for slowing global swarming. Yes, that's exactly how it's pronounced. So there was a 2-day gathering on solar engineering, and a lot of this was attended, I'm skimming through the article here, by tech industry billionaires. They met in San Francisco at the offices of the Environmental Defense Fund, which has publicly supported research into this manipulation of the weather since 2011. And friends, I wanted to let you know that this is also funded by George Soros. So let's take a look at this as well.
It's really uncomfortable, but whenever you're facing something or someone that wants you to, they want you frail, weak, and sick in an abusive relationship. Exactly, dude. They're Munchausen by proxying us. They are. The government and the Freemasons are they're Eminem's momming us. They're Gypsy Rose's mom. They're doing a Gypsy Rose's mom to us, bro. We're the kid in The Shining, dude. We're Marissa. What's her real name? What was Marissa's actress name? You know, the little girl in not The Shining. Did I say Shining? Sixth Sense. Whose mom was poisoning her? That's our government, and we are Marissa. The little girl that's puking in the tent. That's us.
The information I have is that he wants to block the Arctic sunlight. So the billionaire kingmaker has outlined a plan to alter the atmosphere with droplets of seawater.
Why do these guys care about this? Not scientists, not fucking the government. These rich billionaires are funding this. Why? Everyone's like, yeah, they're good guys. Oh, yeah. What? In what world, bro? This is demon shit. Every day. Every day of the week, no matter what. There's no good outcome to this. George Soros, Bill Gates, these motherfucking lizards.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
it marks a potential.
How the fuck is it already 10?
Potential escalation of a controversial technology. I'm bringing you this information on the heels of a video that I did a few days ago about the legislation that is being introduced into several states: Illinois, South Dakota, New Hampshire, Tennessee, and others. But I am skeptical about the legislation because of the way that they are defining the terms. For example, they're saying that in an intentional...
I'm out. The gotcha thing is annoying. What gotcha thing? No.
Release of these particles for the explicit use of, XYZ. Well, I think for any use, it should be prohibited. And then it also says that they want to prevent the federal government from doing it. Well, what about states? And what about foreign governments? And what about private businesses? So I do believe that these bills that are being introduced are beneficial on the one hand because it's out in the open now, just like this is out in the open. It's on the Harvard website. It's on the major mainstream media, merry-go-round media. So you can see that they no longer are hiding between the spraying in the air. They're coming out and saying, oh yeah, it's beneficial for the planet. For those of you that have not seen my previous videos where I answer the objections, such as why would they do it? How could they all be in on it? And other types of objections. I have an entire Substack where I go through that step by step. That is one of my most viewed Substacks. It's at...
My monitor keeps blinking on and off. Paul, calm down.
peggyhall.substack.com, and you can scroll through and see the article, and you can share it, you can print it out, you can memorize it so that you can have these conversations with others. I'm so encouraged by so many of you that are sending me images from what's going on in your state. States where you said we used to have clear skies, like Wyoming and Montana and Tennessee and Oklahoma and Florida. And you're seeing now these milky skies, as I call them. And it is very, very depressing, and it feels insurmountable because, like, what can I do about the skies? Some of you have said that you spray vinegar or you diffuse vinegar. I would love to have some evidence of that working. I think that's fantastic if that indeed works. And it's also great that this information now is getting out there to the point where they have to acknowledge it. I'm all in favor of that. But we need to remain diligent and vigilant because it may be that these bills that are going to be, ideally, in the hopes of these legislators, that they're going to be passed into law, we have to make sure that when they say, pollution causing activities, that they're not going to lump in you driving your gas powered vehicle, or you using a lawnmower, or running your air conditioner, or having a gas powered barbecue grill, or breathing oxygen, or having a pet, or raising livestock. Mark my words, all of that in their incrementalism could be targeted to say these are pollution causing activities. We passed a law and you are violating the law. So we need to keep an eagle eye on these bills. If you are in these states, and again, I will link the video for you below in the bills that I covered very briefly. Some of you have asked me for a deeper dive.
Yeah, do you think they'd start a sun tax? Yeah, bro. It's like like a car parking toll for the sun. It's like the Lorax where they start selling air. Truly, bro. Yeah.
I will do that in the coming days. But for now, just be aware that this is out in the open, and Granny Gates is one of the leading individuals that is funding this. Some of you said, Peggy, why do you call Bill Gates Granny Gates? Well, let's just do this as we close out. You tell me. There's something very, how do I say, feminine about one of these individuals. And there's something very
oh God,
masculine about one of these individuals. That's about as far as I can go on this channel. So you tell me, which has the feminine, soft, sort of, essence, and which has the more aggressive, masculine appearance. All right. Oh, and there, of course, in the background, we've got our New World Disorder logos. Man, I don't know who how this person is doing the workouts, but those are some biceps, man. That is
yo, chill.
Those are some forearms, man. Man, oh man. Let's take a look here. Wow.
Okay.
Pervert and pervert. Evil likes to invert as well, which is what we're seeing with all of the perversion going on related to how God made us, male and female. He made them.
No, I don't know what the gotcha thing was. I didn't do any gotchas. Fuck if I know.
So I'll just leave it at that. I don't care for deception. And when individuals like these that are in the public eye are presenting themselves as something they're not, I don't trust them. I don't trust them at all. So that's why I believe that is an important aspect to look.
You fucking rats. Dude, stop outing me. Wait, what was on my forehead that you had to clear out? Oh, just my hair. That's awesome.
Look at, and I understand there is tons of cognitive dissonance when it comes to looking at individuals who are presenting themselves to be what they're not. It actually can make.
It's fine to believe the inverted genders thing. I just don't think that I don't need to like talk about it here, and it doesn't really help. It doesn't really like the Bill Gates is an evil motherfucker doing sun blocking no matter what. I don't need to do any transvestigations here. Do them in your private time. That's fine.
Can make people like myself feel very, very nauseated, and literally it makes me sick to my stomach because it goes against just my God.
But at this point too, I do feel like we're just post-gender. Like everyone doing transvestigations is honestly making everyone post-gender anyway. It doesn't really matter. So I think it's helping the world at large anyway. I think it's funny, no matter what. Goobers. But either way, it doesn't matter if Bill Gates is a woman. He's still a piece of shit, and that doesn't make him do sun covering more or less. You know, it's it's because his family are a bunch of lizards.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
All right. Oh, what was this thing? Trump vows more strikes against Iran. Here, let's close this real quick.
Vowing to obliterate Iranian power plants if the Strait of
Let's
Hormuz
just check on our boy, make sure he's healthy.
within the next 2 days. In an overnight post, Trump writing, "If Iran doesn't
Bro,
fully
this
open without..."
This is the orangest Trump look I've seen in a minute.
Threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours from this exact point in time, the United States of America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. That threat coming as Iran escalates attacks on Israel. Whoa! Whoa! Dramatic video capturing the moment an Iranian ballistic missile slams into the city of Dimona. Iran saying it was targeting a highly sensitive Israeli nuclear military research center located nearby, which is linked to Israel's undeclared nuclear weapons program. Iran retaliating after it claimed the US and Israel targeted Iran's Natanz nuclear site, which was already bombed in the first week of this war.
All right, let's watch Joe Rogan's downfall. It's hard to watch, and then we'll go to bed. Sorry, need my slop tea. We did too much serious business. I gotta fucking watch Joe Rogan's downfall to feel something. Gotta feel alive again. I also gotta go 10-1 before my bladder explodes. All right, BRB, gonna grab my last booch. Here we go.
It's real and what isn't anymore. You know, and if you ask questions, you're this, you get labeled. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a wacky time, and No one's happy.
That's why I'm off social media. It's just not good for you.
But you seem to know a ton of stuff. So I'm like, how are you off social media, but also...
Oh, he's like, oh, my handler just gives me the talking points every day. I don't look at social media. I get a cable in my email every day. You ever heard of an FBI cable? Yeah, that's where I get my news. My Mossad agent sends it to me. Mossad runs the FBI, the CIA. They're all one thing. It doesn't matter, you know?
So knowledgeable.
Google News feed and then things that inform people send me. I rely on people sending me things now, which is way better.
Peter Thiel.
I'm sure you got some psychos.
Bro, he just admitted it. He just basically said, I rely on people sending me shit. Who? Who are your sources, Joe? The CIA, you fucking idiot.
Who are up your ass.
Who believe everything I say?
Yeah, because you're so big. You got such a big umbrella.
Yeah, but I'm very clear that I don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, you're one of the few guys who will go, you know what I said last week? I was wrong about that.
You have to.
Nobody does that.
That lady's smiling. If she claims victim, I call her shit. She looks like she's having a good time. Also, that's a woman.
Mark Normand is on JRE to promote his new Netflix comedy special, and somehow it turned into one of the most hypocritical episodes in JRE history. The last time Mark did a solo Rogan episode was over 6 years ago. We're used to seeing him on Protect Our Parks with Shane and the boys, but because Ari Shafir is off chasing tail in Thailand, they haven't done one in almost a year. And it turns out when Mark's on the podcast alone with Joe, it's not the same. We still got the quick wit and the corny zingers, that's his thing, but there was way too much glazing and yes-manning from Mark in this one, which sucks because I've really grown to like him over the last couple of years. I noticed the same thing on his recent Club Shay Shay appearance where the one-on-one interview style just doesn't really suit him. He's at his best when he's bouncing off other comedians who can keep up with him, but when he's sitting across from someone like Rogan, the power dynamic takes over and he just defaults to nodding his head. And look, I still like Mark. He's easily one of my favorite comedy podcasters, up there with Shane Gillis and Dan Soder, so don't get me wrong here, but this entire episode was absolutely diabolical. Rogan's delusions are so bad now that it's actually hard to watch. I don't know why he keeps doing this, but his Epstein takes are getting increasingly unhinged. I'll take you through exactly what happened with the Epstein stuff towards the end, because there were a few moments here where I spit out my Vegemite on toast in disbelief at some of the shit they were saying. And I'm not talking about a bad take here and there or an out-of-touch rant like we've become accustomed to. I'm talking straight up black and white hypocrisy that will make your skin crawl. Just quickly though, I just posted my full breakdown and commentary of the Louis Theroux Manosphere Netflix documentary on my Patreon, so make sure you check out the link in the description if you're interested. I go way deeper on there than I can here on YouTube, so if you're into that, feel free to check it out. There's a bunch of other long-form uncensored videos on there too, and I'm posting at least once a week on Patreon. As for Mark and Joe, they were talking about how fractured
My boy Jamal liking and subscribing. Wait, are you Jamal? Welcome.
we are in this political climate, and how the abundance of information has made it harder to know what's fake and what's true. And somehow Rogan managed to perfectly describe himself without realizing that he's part of the problem.
Dude, how is Joe Rogan just widening? Like, is this from is it filler or steroids? What makes the widening happening?
But it also shows how sad and sheep-like people are, because we're like, we need something. I need something to believe in, something to go for. I'll support you.
Well,
I'm
everybody's
alone.
so lost that anybody who comes along that confidently claims they have the answer, people just follow.
Yep.
Very
Every time.
odd. Very odd.
But I'm sure you got some psychos.
I'm not putting the doc back on. I'm chemtrailed out for the night. We already did 2 hours of it.
Who are up your ass.
Who believe everything I say?
Yeah, because you're so big. You got such a big umbrella.
Ooh, Cat Dad censoring what he doesn't like hearing. Oof. What was that about the transvestigations? I mean, whatever, dude.
Yeah, but I'm very clear that I don't know what I'm talking about.
That's the key.
And if I do, it's like very specific things. So I'm like, I can tell you for sure that this is a fact.
Right.
You know, because, I'm an expert in a few things.
Well, you're one of the few guys who will go, you know what I said last week? I was wrong about that.
When does he do that? What are you talking about?
That
you have to.
Nobody does that.
You got it. Well, because they all just want to be right all the time.
Yes.
And they all connect their identity with being correct about whether it's COVID or
right.
Like COVID ruined a lot of people's credibility.
100%.
Rogan's an expert in being a puppet. He claims he's an expert in stand-up comedy and MMA, yet he's never had a single MMA fight in his life, and he's never put out a decent comedy special. The only thing Joe's truly an expert in is convincing people that he's an expert. And this whole idea that he's one of the few guys who'll admit...
I'm sick of seeing Joe's vinegar strokes on...
And he was wrong. I've been watching this guy for years, and I can count on one hand the number of times he's genuinely corrected himself, and most of those were because Jamie forced his hand in real time. In fact, Rogan is known for hardly ever correcting himself, even when he does make a mistake, and quite often he'll continue to spread false or misleading information, even after he's been made aware of it. It's one of his defining characteristics at this point. It's practically a segment on the fucking show. You guys might not remember this episode because it didn't get much traction back in the Spotify exclusive days. Even when they dumped everything back on YouTube, it only got less than 5,000 views, which has to be a record. But it was in this episode that Rogan got fact-checked in real time for making a false claim about myocarditis, yet even after this episode, he continued to spread the wrong information. And just to...
Joe spreading misinformation? Stop.
Be clear, I know this is controversial. I'm not saying that Rogan was...
He's going through his Marlon Brando later life stage. Dude, he's becoming Fat Elvis. Oh no, Joe Rogan Fat Elvis.
Wrong or right about every...
Joe Rogan is an Illuminati foreskin golem. Prove me wrong. He's made out of all of our foreskins, 100%.
Thing to do with the pandemic. I mean, he did certainly uncover some dodgy shit, I'll give him that, but still to this day, he'll ramble on about things that were proven to be wrong, yet he just can't seem to let it go.
For young boys in particular, there's an adverse risk associated with the vaccine. It's like a 2 to 4-fold increase in the instances of myocarditis.
Yes, but you know what?
Hospitalization.
You know that there's an increased risk of myocarditis among that age cohort from getting COVID as well, which exceeds the risk of myocarditis from the vaccine.
I don't think that's true.
No, there is. There's both.
Well, let's look that up because I don't think that's true. 12 to 17 more likely to develop myocarditis within 3 months of catching COVID at a rate of 450 cases per million infection. This compares to 67 cases of myocarditis per million at the same time following their second dose of Pfizer.
Yeah, so you're about 8 times likelier to get myocarditis from getting COVID than from getting the vaccine.
That's interesting.
Now, that
is
said,
not what I've read before, but also it's like, even when we're reading these things, it's like, what are we getting this from? Was this from the VAERS report?
Rogan doesn't even debate these things in good faith. He clearly had his own agenda, and he very rarely admits when he's wrong, just like we're seeing now with everything going on in the world and Rogan's blatant attempt to cover it up. Even just in that clip there, you can see how unwilling he is to accept the data when it doesn't line up with what he already believes. Jamie pulled it up, the numbers were right there on the screen, and Joe's immediate response was, "That is not what I've read before," followed by questioning the source.
He has that big vein running across his forehead. It's like a Snickers bar. Dude, that's so funny. Yeah, it's so
because
true.
That's what he always
It's
does.
like a
If the
Snickers
facts
bar.
don't fit, attack the source. Yet literally 5 minutes ago, Mark Normand was sitting there praising Slow Joe for being one of the only public media figures to admit when he fucked up. I don't know what alternative reality Mark's living in, and all the stuff about always saying he doesn't know what he's talking about and that he's only an expert in a couple of things where he can state certain things as a fact. I'm not sure how that extends to the hard sciences where he has absolutely zero qualifications or experience. For those of you wondering why I call him the tall and funny scientist Joe Rogan, this is where it came from.
Florida doesn't demand vaccines.
Yeah,
for kids.
that's dangerous to me.
I knew you'd jump on that train.
Of course it's dangerous, Brian. What are you talking about?
Tetanus,
all vaccines.
tetanus,
No.
Just go down the road we're
You
on?
need to bail on the tetanus thing because
What do you
Suzanne
mean?
Humphreys.
Educate his ass.
Suzanne Humphreys explained tetanus.
She's not a
She's like,
vaccinologist. I know that woman.
all you have to do is keep the wound open and clean it.
Oh, that's
I know that woman.
It's not
Oh my
bullshit.
God,
It's
what
not bullshit. Do you know how many people die of tetanus every year? Very
shit.
few. What about polio?
Okay, so let me ask you a question, Mr. Joe Rogan, Mr. Scientist. Are you saying that we shouldn't
Don't
have...
do that. Don't call me Mr. Scientist. I'll start mocking you, and it's so much easier to mock you.
So are we not... So you don't believe in vaccines? You don't think we should have vaccines?
It's not that I don't believe in vaccines.
What are you saying?
It's I don't think you should give a kid a Hep B vaccine when they're a baby.
Excuse me. Let me just say something. Yes, you're right. You can make the argument for Hep B.
They're Snickers maxing.
Why? Because the chances of a child coming in contact with the kind of activity that causes Hep B is different. What I'm trying to say to you is that there are certain diseases. Pick up a history book.
Oh, shut
Smallpox,
up, Brian Callen.
diphtheria, mumps,
polio. Please
yes.
stop.
No, I won't. I won't. I know you think it's just. I've heard Susan Humphreys.
This is a long conversation that we're not going to have on this podcast because I'm going to get angry because I've researched this for years.
Right.
Let's just.
But you're not a scientist.
Don't make baboon Joe Rogan angry.
You don't have to be a scientist to know that.
Yes, you do.
No, Brian, shut the up. I don't have to be a scientist to read research to understand that they were spraying DDT all over the country when everybody was getting polio. Do you know that?
Let me make a statement.
They were calling it paralytic polio.
Do you agree with the following statement? It's not just.
I'm not going to do this with you,
but
Brian.
it's not just about.
I brought up vaccines.
It's not just
so
about.
that'd be a
Hold
fun
on,
debate.
hold on. Oh, no, Joe.
No, Brian.
Brendan Schaub dropped a fucking grenade in this room.
I don't want to do this with
but
you.
it's not just about.
We're in the middle of a fight, companion. It's annoying.
All right, but it's like.
Yeah, dude, these aren't even half wits. These are 2 quarter wits. They both add up to a half wit, barely.
The thing is, like I said earlier, my point isn't that Joe's been wrong about everything. My point is that he is the perfect embodiment of the Dunning-Kruger effect. That's why I've previously referred to his show as the Dunning-Kruger experience. He doesn't know enough about any of these topics to know if he doesn't know something, which is literally the definition. Yet he'll...
Yeah, Rogan hates when you don't think he's a scientist, but also hates when you call him Mr. Scientist.
Rants about the same shit for hours on end with so much confidence you'd think he was conducting his own experiments in a lab out the back of his studio. And shout out to Brian Callen for actually calling.
Orange boys share a larger brain cell. Dude, I'm convinced Kiddo might have possession of the brain cell. He's the smartest orange boy I've ever met. He's so cute. He's just a little guy.
Him out on that clip. We've talked about this before. It was on that
He's like you know who are also honorary orange boys? Tuxedos. Have you guys ever had a tuxedo cat? They get the same deranged eyes that orange cats get, and no one else does. Tuxedos are wild. That's what Bing Bong was. I mean, he is. He's still alive.
Light Companion, where Callen pushed back on Joe, thinking he's smart enough to read out and interpret scientific literature with zero scientific education, and Joe's response was to go full domestic violence mode. I'm not going to talk about this with you because you're making me angry. That's the real Joe Rogan. When he's challenged, he starts glitching and crashes out. But when it's a guest like Mark Norman sitting there across from him, telling him how great he is, suddenly he's the most agreeable guy in the room. As usual, though, things only got much worse.
Those people just never came out and said, you know what, I was wrong.
Ew, look at how wet his cigar is. He'd be slopping on it, dude.
I know, and that would go so far, but nobody will do it. And then the right and the left, they both just want their side to win, so they're like, just...
Exactly.
It's like when the ball goes out of bounds on your team, you're like...
I didn't notice Base chaired me.
I didn't see shit.
Exactly.
And then the other team's like, what are you, crazy? We got video footage.
Yeah, it's cheating.
It's cheating.
You're cheating in the game of discourse.
Right. Yeah. That's why those videos are so fun when they go to a college campus. They're like, can you believe what this Trump said this? And they go, that's racist. He's a piece of shit. And they go, actually, that was Biden. And then they go, oh, well, what are you going to do? I got class in a minute. I got to go.
You don't vote for me. You ain't black.
Yeah. He's got a couple N-words, too, out there, by the way.
Does he?
Oh, yeah. Pull it up. Biden had a few.
Wait, Biden said the N-word? Brother. I mean, of course he did. Wait. I do want to see that. Dude, stop.
We're not changing the Constitution. We're being reasonable. I think this is not a Democrat or Republican issue. I think it's an American issue. And here's what else we can do. Immigration has always been essential to America. Let's end our exhausting war over immigration. For more than 30 years, politicians have
Oh man, you motherfucker.
Clearly indicates that there was intent. The court found the plan with unerring precision slices through the city's traditional subunit, the ward, in a racially selective manner, leaving intact predominantly white wards while carving up those densely populated by blacks. As of the governor, the court concludes, quote, the governor's opposition to the Nunes plan was predicated in significant part on his delineation of a majority black district centered in Orleans Parish.
I already don't like how hard he's hitting the black. Oh, man.
In a confidential portions of your staff memo, they brought to your attention the allegation that important legislators in defeating the Nunes plan in the basement said, quote, we already have a nigger mayor and we don't need any more nigger big shots. And the court cited evidence of discriminatory intent on the part of other legislators, including the representative who testified.
He's got it underlined.
The court hearing that there were legislators, quote, who don't feel they wanted to have a district that would be able to elect.
What's that? My 6-song album entitled Beau for Show is currently available on iTunes, with 3 songs that have never been heard on the internet. Oh, and if I try to pirate it for free, I'll get AIDS. I would have guessed scurvy. Well, see you later, ghost of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Want to hear a rap?
Bro, where did Bo go? Where's Bo, yo?
Now I don't know if all Boy Scouts are gays. They could probably tie the knot in like 50 different ways. Got a safe full of cherries cause I pop it and lock it. A girl's like a fridge, once a week you should stock it. Girl, if you're into rimming, it's only safe if you're swimming. And girl, don't sit on that couch cause I treat my objects like women. I spit fire like I just blew a demon. My shit's so hot, I'll leave your toilet bowl steaming. I'm gonna tear it like the cards of the gypsies. You'll bleed for so long you'll get monthly ellipses. If your pants are loose, I replete you. You're a first-time vegan and it's nice to meet ya. I'm Bo Yo, I'm the greatest rapper ever, and whether you think I'm clever or not, think you're better, you're not. Don't need a sweater, I'm hot. I'm a real G-shorty that can really find your G-spot. What the hell's a G-spot? Go to a vagina orchard, count 1, 2, 3, spin that plane around, you got a third world country. That's right. Consider yourself warned, I'm offensive and creative like handicap porn. You're playing with your breasts. Excuse me, can I try it, ma'am? You're pushing them together like a titty Venn diagram. Look at that crack. Excuse me, can I buy a gram? Right below your diaphragm. Ass looks like you're hiding ham. First base, we're making out. Second base, I'm getting faked out. Third base, I'm getting takeout. And I try to take it home if I knew I'd take it out, but I just don't know. I said I just don't care. I said my flow's so cold I need a tampon from a polar bear. And you can spell and smell my stink. B.O. lingers and it makes you think, cause I'm Bo, yo. And I'm the greatest rapper ever, and whether you think I'm clever or not, think you're better, you're not. Don't need a sweater, I'm hot. You got 2 eyes, only got 1 shot. Yeah. Yo. Cause girls are like donuts when I be busting bone nuts. Like I make them cream filled to give them a layer of glaze. I'm like Doug's friend Skeeter whenever I meet her. Cause
I'm busting bone nuts.
Skeeter so hard people call her Patty Mayonnaise.
Oh God.
Yo, my girl's epileptic cause she's the one I'm jerking with. Come on, you Asian child labor, show me what you're working with. Ooh, large.
Yeah, Zane's over on Twitch.
Machinery. Because there's an inverse relationship between respect and sex. I'm talking about religious sex, like a Mormon sect that says you can't have sex with members of different sex, but you can't have sex with members of the same sex. So if the sex can't be different, the sex can't be same, the only sex left is some left-hand shame. And girl, I left you because you left the game. And if that don't feel right, then you can write my name, because I'm Bo, yo. I'm the greatest rapper ever, and I...
Did he just wipe something on his shirt?
Whether you think it better or not, think it better, you're not. Don't need a sweater.
Bro, we gotta get this kid on a fucking war boner track for sure. Yeah, put this dude on a Mac beat.
I'm hot. If I can't think of another rhyme, then I ought to think of one. Yeah, break this down, man. Yo, yo. Look past the skin, look at the lyrics. I'll run miracle circles around you like spherical lyrics. This isn't about ironic pigment. If you're imagining this, then I'm a chronic figment.
This has 36 million views, bro. This was like the hottest thing on YouTube when it came out.
Yeah. Feel it. Ready? Man,
this would do nothing today, right?
So long that it hangs and swings. With a nude beach, people think I'm looking for lost rings. Play the skin flute, your big boy sings. If you want to take it all, wear African neck rings.
Just because I'm just saying that just because it's literally a locked off camera of Bo with a fucking, you know, just like a keyboard beat.
Oh, yeah. Come on.
And because no one's allowed to find shit like this anymore. Where's all the YouTube weirdos? They're all gone and hidden.
Haters call me gay, but that ain't hating, cause I'm not homophobic. My morals are straight, and if I'm in the closet, you up below me, taking the BAT out of basement, homie. Yeah. Yo, cause I'm Bo, yo. I'm the greatest rapper ever, and whether you think I'm clever, nah, I think you're better, you're not. Don't need a sweater, I'm high. I'm a real G, they can really find your G-spot, yeah, yeah. Yo, yo, I'm a real G, homie, they can really find your G-spot. Oh my God, buy my EP on iTunes right now. Go right now while I stall. Buy it right now. Out.
Incredible.
Hey, Mark, you know who else had a few N-words?
Oh, hi, Mark.
Fuck me dead with these guys. And of all the examples to bring up, Mark brings up the very scenario that Joe found himself in with Bo Nickel that proves the exact opposite of the point they were just trying to make. I hate to see Mark going down the...
Yeah, I'll diss Bo Burnham and expose his German heritage. Bo Burnham is so German. Probably, dude.
...this road, but when it's this obvious, it's hard to turn a blind eye.
I wonder if Bo found out his true heritage and what he was cloned to do. Maybe that's why he ran away.
Because this whole segment was about how people on the left and the right both just want their side to win and they'll ignore the facts when it suits them, which is exactly what Joe and Bo Nickel once did. They talked about those college campus videos where they tell students a Biden quote and pretend it was Trump, and the students get outraged, and then they reveal it was actually Biden who said that, and then the students backtrack. And Joe and Mark are laughing at how brainwashed these people are, which is fair enough, it is pretty funny. But Mark's forgetting that's exactly what Joe did with Bo Nickel, like almost word for word.
Yeah. Was this the video you're talking about? Let me see what this one says.
The same stable genius that said the biggest problem we had in the Revolutionary War is we didn't have enough airports. Whoa.
So, yeah, that's it.
Whoa.
Right, just for the record. Is that fake?
It's not fake, but he was referencing Trump saying that. Here's what Trump saying it in 2019.
Oh.
Donald Trump said something about that, and he didn't say Jesus. He said a stable genius, and that's where the transcription.
Let me hear what it says. What did he say?
The Continental Congress created a unified army out of the revolutionary forces encamped around Boston and New York. Our army manned the airports. It ran the ramparts. It took over the airports. It did everything it had to do.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you fucked.
1770s, 1738, taking over the airports.
Yeah, he did. But I feel like that's you can tell too. It sounds like a little different. He's like, you can tell he like.
Zane, do you have the document? Wait, what was it? You said you saw a video about why they canceled To Catch a Predator. Can you link that in the disco?
Like messed up his words, but yeah.
And Deb, you better not drop a War Boner diss track. Our album isn't even out till 9/11.
I don't know.
To go over the airports.
Well, that's the thing about media these days. It's like you got to look into it. Yeah.
That is one of the most hypocritical clips in JRE history. They went from complaining about people misrepresenting the truth and blindly following media narratives to completely misrepresenting the truth and blindly following media narratives. And then they just laugh it off like, oh, well, he mixed up his words. It's funny anyway, who cares? The way they tried to backpedal after Jamie showed them that it was actually Trump who said that proves their own point exactly, except in the opposite direction. This is the Dunning-Kruger experience in full effect, and for those people with more than a 5-minute memory, there are countless examples of Joe doing exactly what they just criticized everyone else for doing. So for Mark to sit there praising Rogan for being this balanced, neutral commentator who only seeks the truth and admits when he's wrong...
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because a politician blew his brains out because he got caught. Yeah, that's why they canceled the show. I forget who it was too, but it's definitely a story.
Couldn't be further from the truth. He has 100% picked a side and he's captured by an ideology that skews his views on almost everything. He's no longer the relatable average Joe hunting for the truth like he used to before the...
No, it wasn't Bud Dwyer. No, it was it was our Bud Dwyer. He wasn't on To Catch a Predator.
Pandemic. And Rogan just can't seem to stop with the made-up numbers and fake facts. At least now he's got an AI sponsor to keep him honest in real time, because the only way Joe was going to let Jamie fact-check him was if it came through a paid sponsorship.
And deported a lot of people, too.
Oh, yeah. Not as much as Biden. Oh, excuse me, not as much as Obama.
Well, yeah, he was the king of that.
Not only did Obama deport more people than Trump, they arrested more Americans accidentally.
Really?
Than Trump. Yeah, the percentage of Americans arrested was higher, and also the deaths were higher.
But nobody got shot in the street.
What do you mean?
Like his ICE didn't shoot anybody that I know of.
No, they did. They did kill people. Yeah, they killed people.
Civilians?
I don't know if it was civilians or if it was actual illegals that they were trying to deport, but there was definitely a bunch of people that were killed. I want to say it was somewhere in the range of 30.
30?
Yeah. So what does it say here? No documented cases of ICE agents directly killing anyone.
There you go.
Such as through shootings or excessive force during Obama's presidency. However, 56 individuals died in ICE custody. Okay, so that's how they died. So it wasn't shootings. Primarily from medical issues, like they had lead poisoning from bullets. Inadequate care, or whoops, he hung himself in a 2-foot cell. Most custody deaths under Obama were attributed to natural causes, heart disease. Well, you're dealing with a lot of people that snuck in, not suicides, hanging, or violence by agents. Interesting.
It's good to know that after warning about the dangers of relying on AI and how we're all doomed, all it took was an ad deal to get Joe over the line. But there are so many examples of when Rogan just makes up numbers or facts and Jamie lets it go because he doesn't want to interrupt the flow of the conversation, and it'll never get corrected. Like that myocarditis stuff from earlier, Rogan was pushing that narrative for years before he got corrected, and like you saw, that episode didn't get anywhere near the exposure compared to all the times he spread the wrong information. Joe just straight up invented a statistic, and then when Jamie corrected him, he tried to joke his way out of it like the guy just cannot let it go. He has to be right all the time and refuses to accept the truth even when it's staring him point blank in the face. But then...
Is his sponsor Perplexity? What AI?
And there's his dog shit Epstein takes. This is such a strange hill to die on. It's like he's obsessed with giving his elite buddies the most charitable interpretation of the cold hard facts. I've said this a couple of times before, but someone really needs to sit Joe down and explain exactly what trafficking means.
But you got to hand to Bill. He's denying till he dies.
Hey, I did nothing. I was only there for humanitarian purposes.
We got photos and everything.
I was just getting massages and hugging nice people.
Exactly.
Nothing untoward was done to me or anyone else that was there, as far as I know.
Yeah, this is pretty good.
I didn't see that side of Jeffrey Epstein.
You got to bring this back. Look at this guy. We got photo evidence.
That lady's smiling. If she claims victim, I call call horseshit.
The fact, too, that he doesn't know who that is, it drives me nuts. He goes, if she claims victim, I call horseshit. Yo, who works this hard for Jeffrey Epstein and why? Why is this man working for Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein? Crazy town.
It looks like she's having a good time. Also, that's a woman. You know,
That's
it's like
true.
once you're a woman, okay?
I mean, isn't she... I think she's like... I don't know if she's 17 here. She's young, though, dude.
You know, unless someone's holding a gun to your head, if we're talking about children, we're talking about a different thing. But there's a lot of these ladies that were grown women when they were doing this. And the emails that were exchanged between Epstein and these women.
Normal. He goes, normal.
Like, they were well aware of what's going on. Look, the real criticism, the real legitimate criticism is were there underage girls involved? Now, clearly they were in Epstein's.
Virginia literally was an underage girl. She was working with Epstein at 15. Working. She's being trafficked at 15. He's like, I don't know who this lady is, but she fucking deserved it. She was literally asking for it. Look what she's wearing.
Passed. He went to jail for it. The whole Palm Beach.
Like, bro, who's riding for Jeffrey Epstein? She asked for it. He literally said that. That's crazy, talking about Jeffrey Epstein.
Each thing with the underage masseuses. But some of these are just ladies who did bad things. They made bad decisions, and they probably wound up on that island for money.
Yeah. Okay.
Mark Norman goes, okay.
Moose.
That lady's smiling and she looks over 18, so she couldn't possibly be a victim. This is the logic of a man with 3 daughters who went on a 15-minute rant last week about trans people using bathrooms and how, as a father of daughters, he's very concerned.
He's still talking about this, bro? Like, come on, man.
But when it comes to the biggest known trafficking ring in modern history, well, maybe a lot of those women were just broken and made bad decisions, which might be true in some cases, but since when was that a justification for international trafficking of human beings? And this is where it all clicks, because once you notice this pattern, you simply can't unsee it. Every single time the conversation drifts towards people with real money, power, and influence, the energy completely dies from Joe. He's curious.
I know, him saying this isn't like 10 years ago. This is from a episode 2 days ago. Him say, oh, who is paying this man to ride for Jeffrey Epstein? Dude, it's literally an anti-win. There is no winning riding for Jeffrey Epstein. Who is doing that? What the fuck, dude? Just from a... This is so insane. What a crazy take, dude. Working for Jeffrey Epstein 7 years after he died. Crazy.
City disappears. Suddenly it's all, I don't know, man, it's complicated. We don't have all the facts. Or that's crazy. But when it's about a college student falling for a trick question on camera or someone on the left misquoting something, suddenly he's a fucking forensic analyst. And Mark's just sitting there agreeing with him. This was such a disappointment. Just last week, Joe was finally pushing back against Michael Schellenberger, who came on JRE to soften the Epstein coverage into something more palatable, raising questions about what the evidence really shows. And for a moment, I thought Joe was finally coming to understand the seriousness of the situation, but now it sounds like he got the call and he's back to defending all the wrong people. The uncomfortable truth is that Joe Rogan's hypocrisy isn't a bug anymore, it's a feature. It's baked into every single episode now. He will spend 3 hours passionately dissecting cancel culture and the dangers of social media, but when it comes to the most documented trafficking scandal in modern history, he simply thinks some of those women just made bad decisions. Every accusation really is a confession with this guy.
Yeah.
Anyway, make sure you check out the link in the description to my Patreon if you're interested in seeing my longer form breakdowns, as well as my comedy special reviews and much, much more. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Oh my fuck, guys. It's already 11. Jeez Louises. Let's get moving. Mushka came for the meditation. There she is. Spankins. She gets spankins. Oh! She got goober eyes. Give me these eyes. Gotta clean them. Buddha. She too cute. Alright, Mushkando. Hi, baby. Oh, yes. Oh, why did I do that? God damn it. Alright, boys, here we go. Breathe in. Bong. And breathe out. And breathe in. There is no appeal of Joe Rogan. And breathe out. Stream didn't go quiet today. Good. Breathe in. We will not go quiet into that dark night. And out. Alrighty, boys, here we go. Settle in for a second and take a deep breath in. Slow, easy. And imagine it's not just air, it's stardust that forgot where it came from. Exhale. Feel yourself soften around the edges. You're not just sitting here. You are a tiny glowing node in a massive invisible web, stretching through space, time, and whatever's in between. Every thought you had, every laugh, every wait, what? Moment, it all sent little ripples outward. And somewhere, somehow, the universe noticed. Mushroom emoji. Now zoom out. Oh yeah, somewhere, somehow, the universe noticed. Mushroom emoji. Yeah, because the fucking ether, the consciousness is being set up by the mushrooms. Oh my god. Now zoom out just a bit. Your body becomes light. Your light becomes a pattern. And your pattern becomes a frequency. Humming along with everything else. Nothing to figure out. Nothing to prove. Just this. You showed up. You experienced. You were aware. And that alone is kind of miraculous. Cosmos emoji. Now gently come back. Wiggle your fingies. Feel gravity grab you again. And let the room rebuild itself around you. You're still here. But maybe, just maybe, you're a little more than you were before. Good night, traveler. We'll meet again in the signal. Nancy's songs. Here it is, boys. Oh. have a good night and then feel alright. We'll see ya tomorrow, dudes. Fucking Miro, right? Oh my goodness. Miro's such a cuck sometimes. Come on. Come on. There we frickin' go. I don't really know where we... Ooh, what up, dudes? I'll see you tomorrow. And Deb is in my head all day. Timothy McGay. Timothy McGay. It's Timmy frickin' gay. Timothy McGay. Here we go. Gotta fix it. Goodbye, Paul, buddy. We don't frick with you. Good night, Paulie. Domestic terrorist too. Timmy McGay. He's gay. He's a little bit gay, and that's okay because we love him so. But his dad's mad. He doesn't love him anymore, but we'll give him a hug anyway. We love you, Timmy McGay. Ooh, I don't like when gravity grabs me. Don't worry, it's fake. He told me Tyler Hansen is fucking Kathy Sanders' grandson. Don't you know? I see you freaking go, Paul. He said, all things pass through Paul, why so bold? And I said, oh, why so frickin' pussy? You're a little cuck, look at my dad in the 90s. He was so frickin' cute, he told me. My dad was cute. Did all before, been there. I've seen Paul in his skimaroos, in his skimmies, and in his denim. He doesn't, he's a never nude, boys. He's always in jeans to the night. And I said, good night, Paul. I love you so much, but I would love you more, buddy, if you saved Savannah. I mean, Nancy, her mom. Fuck Savannah. She's a little cuck and she doesn't even love her mother because she doesn't do anything to help her because she knows she's in her fucking basement she's being broken down by lye and acid in a barrel like in Breaking Bad, boys. Savannah watched Breaking Bad, and then she said we could dissolve all my mother's body in a pit of acid. We could then pour her down the drain just like any other condiment or a liquid that we have in a 55-gallon barrel drum. Thank God we're at the marimba part. Why is Nancy in a jet fighter plane with her fucking Air Force cuck son? He's a lizard Israeli event. Savannah, give back your mother. We miss her so much. Give me back my lover, Nancy. Give her back to me. She's my nest egg. I don't have retirement. It's just me and Nancy and her pension. Ooh, 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 ooh. Please, Joe Rogina, can you save me pretty please and help me find Nancy? Come on, Joe, where's your Rogina? Please bring your Rogina and put it around us too. Oh, maybe that's where Nancy is. She's in Joe Rogina's vagina. Remember what Alex Jones was talking about? She's living inside Joe Rogina's gina. The Nitwitch bitches coming for you, boys. We're coming for you, dog. Nitwitch bitches are gonna mess us up, bitch. The Nitwitch bitches. All right, dudes. Have a good night. Double salute. We'll see you mañana, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Love y'all. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging. We'll bring back the song. Sometimes I forget it exists because I have a bad memory. All right. Bye. Ta-ta, chat.